Good evening. Welcome to our Tuesday, August 6th, 2013 meeting. This time we'd like that everyone please stand for an invocation and a pledge of allegiance.
Dear Father, grant us your peace and serenity. In your name we pray. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Glad that you're here tonight. It's actually nice to have a good crowd to say the Pledge of Allegiance together. Actually, I thought that sounded great to hear so many voices saying the Pledge of Allegiance. This time I'm looking for a motion for the minutes and the proclamations approval for this evening.
Mr. Chair, move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Perfect. With that, Madam Clerk.
Yes, sir. Resolution 2013-131. A resolution proclaiming the week of August 4th through 10th, 2013 as International Assistance Dog Week in St. Lucie County, Florida. Whereas the Board of County Commissioners of St. Lucie County, Florida has made the following determinations. Assistance dogs transform the lives of their human partners with physical and mental disabilities. They serve as devoted companions, helpers, aides, best friends, and close family members. Assistance dogs include service dogs, guide dogs, hearing alert dogs, and alert seizure response dogs. Guide dogs assist people with vision loss, leading these individuals around physical obstacles and to destinations such as seating, crossing streets, entering or exiting doorways, elevators, and stairways, etc. Service dogs assist people with disabilities with walking, balance, dressing, transferring from place to place, retrieving and carrying items, opening doors and drawers, pushing buttons, pulling wheelchairs, and aiding with other household chores such as putting in and removing clothes from the washer and dryer. Hearing alert dogs alert people with a hearing loss to the presence of specific sounds such as doorbells, telephones, crying babies, sirens, another person, buzzing timers or sensors, knocks at the door, as well as smoke, fire, and clock alarms. Seizure response dogs alert or respond to medical conditions such as heart attack, stroke, diabetes, epilepsy, panic attack, anxiety attack, post-traumatic stress, and seizures. Medical response dogs alert or respond to oncoming medical conditions such as heart attack, stroke, diabetes, epilepsy, panic attack, anxiety attack, and post-traumatic stress disorder. International Assistance Dog Week, August 4th through 10th, 2013, provides an opportunity for us to raise awareness of the selfless way that all types of assistance dogs assist individuals with mitigating their disability-related limitations. St. Lucie County is joining forces with assistance dog partners, organizations, and concerned citizens throughout St. Lucie County and America to raise awareness of assistance dogs and observe International Assistance Dog Week. Therefore be it resolved by the Board of County Commissioners of St. Lucie County, Florida. This board does hereby proclaim the week of August 4th through 10th, 2013 as International Assistance Dog Week in St. Lucie County, Florida, and reaffirms the St. Lucie County's commitment to respect, celebrate, and recognize assistance dogs and their partners this week and throughout the year in our community. Passed and duly adopted this 6th day of August, 2013.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This time I'd like to invite Charlie Crow and her service dog Jenna up. So you actually have another service dog as well. Would you like for Abigail to join us as well? That's great. Good. I'd like to provide you with this plaque, and we're going to take a photo, and then we'd love to hear a few words from you as well. Okay. Welcome. Nice to see you. They shake hands? There you go.
Thank you so much.
I'm going to take a quick photo.
Want the dogs in the picture? Yeah, they're good.
Yeah. I'll say. What want to do what you want to do? That's all right. She's all right. Camera shot. Who would mind?
Side. That's it. Down. That's it. Good girl. Well, breathe deep, everybody. This is just an amazing opportunity. So, for the record, okay, my name is Charlie Crow, and this is my service dog, Jenna. And she comes from a very, very, very special place, Canine Companions for Independence. We reside at 4531 South Indian River Drive in Fort Pierce. And on behalf of Canine Companions for Independence, we're very grateful to accept the proclamation for all assistance service dogs and honoring their commitment to their human partners. St. Lucie County is affirming our community's participation, and we thank you. Our friend Joan Dobbs, and through her affiliation with the Pilot Club of Fort Pierce, have supported CCI for years. And we all consider ourselves volunteer ambassadors for Canine Companions. We want to raise general public awareness about these specially trained canines that are offered to, I'm so sorry, through national, local groups and organizations are also instrumental in the success of Canine Companions for Independence, along with its legion of volunteers throughout the United States. CCI's relationship with the Lions go back to the early days of CCI's history. Lions were among the first workers, the first volunteers, and the first puppy raisers to step forward. The General Federation of Women's Clubs is another wonderful organization that is so strongly connected to CCI and believes in our missions, because miracles you work on miracles. This is a miracle in the making. And this is a national, non-for-profit organization. It was the first of its kind to ever offer service dogs free of charge to the recipient. Since 1975, Canine Companions has partnered over 4,000 teams. There are 107 breeders. There were 690 puppies born last year, and there are 1,064 volunteer puppy raisers. Actually, just a little footnote, my girl's raised in prison, so she got some stories to tell. Anyway, so a puppy raiser could be somebody like you or me, or as my girl was, she got some time. Last year, CCI had graduations for 262 new teams, 800 follow-up placement teams for successor service dogs, and Canine Companions offers ongoing support to their working teams. CCI offers 4 types of assistance dogs. They do hearing dogs, skill companion, service, and facility. These dogs serve a wide range of people with disability, including those with multiple sclerosis, cerebral palsy, spinal cord injury, hearing loss, Down syndrome, and development delay. Facility canines partner with a facilitator working in an educational or healthcare setting. My dog and I volunteer in the memory impairment community, and we're also hosped. Also, facility teams work in courthouse, in the courtroom, and when children have to testify, even if it's juvenile court, or if any of us, it could be very nerve-wracking. So it's just an amazing, amazing organization. And it is supported entirely through the generosity of donors. It receives no government funding. And if I may add, and in closing, if anybody knows anybody living with a disability or somebody working with people with disabilities, please share this information with them. You can visit Canine Companions Independence website at cci.org, or you can call 1-800-BARK. So be cci.org or 1-800-BARK. And once again, we want to thank the board and for your consideration and time. Thank you.
Thank you, Charlie. Okay. This time we're going to turn to a presentation by the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, and they're going to be presenting their pre-brief for the Dade County Shore Protection Project Scoping Meeting. That was a mouthful. Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you. Allow me to pull up my presentation. Thank you to the board for having me here today. Oops. There we go. I'm here today to give you assurances that the Jacksonville District is just as concerned with the federal mission of protecting St. Lucie County as we are with Dade or any of the other counties in Florida. And that what you're going to hear next week at the August 16th meeting will not have any impact to St. Lucie resources now or in the future. It's in everyone's interest to ensure that Florida's Shore Protection Program is successful, and that's what I want to talk to you about tonight. So my purpose is, first of all, a pre-brief to the board on the 16th August NEPA scoping meeting to discuss briefly the process for selecting the sand we'll be using, a brief history of the alternative sand source investigations, the sand study, and the National Environmental Policy Act, which I'll be referring to as NEPA, and of course to address any concerns. Now, the NEPA scoping meeting is coming up next week, and that's what I'm here to talk about. NEPA, National Environmental Policy Act, is the process of analyzing a project for its potential effects on the human environment, defined as the natural, social, economic, and cultural resources in a project area. And that process begins with scoping, and that's what we're going to start next Friday. The scoping means working with the public to identify specific resources that may or may not be impacted by the proposed project, and to determine the resources that we'll focus on for the project. Now, I started off this presentation with a whole lot of history and facts, and really, I'm realizing you guys are ready to get to the point of this. This process has been going on for more than 30 years. So bottom line up front, Dade County is in a sand deficit, and St. Lucie, through our studies, is shown to have the largest surplus of sand in southeast Florida. We're about to start the NEPA process, which will give us an answer, and that answer will likely tell us that St. Lucie could be a source. We will likely, through the NEPA process, identify 1 to 3 sources that we'll use as a borrow area for the Dade renourishment. And once we choose those sources, those will be locked in for the remainder of the Dade project life. The only way to change these sources would be to start the process over from scratch. So this protects you in a way that you're not going to have to be looking over your shoulder, where's the core, or anybody going next to take sand. We're going to zero in on 1 or 2 spots, and that'll be the only option from there on out. After the NEPA process concludes, we'll be moving forward with a DEP permit, as we usually do, and a BOEM, which is Bureau of Ocean and Energy Management, also previously known as Minerals Management Service, for the use of sand in federal waters. And I'm here to tell you today that although the NEPA process must look at every source, including Bahamian sands, sand in state waters, we will not use sand in state waters. We are not able to use Bahamian sand. Our study will be focused on federal water sands only, and I'll talk about that more in a moment. We will also not use or target any sources that have been permitted or that have significant investments from any other counties or private parties. We will have to consider everything for the purpose of NEPA, but we want to hear your input, your engineering firm's input on what areas you might like us to stay away from. And also, this meeting next week is the first in a series of meetings. The process for NEPA will be deliberate and open, and the earliest that you can see any actual construction or sand movement, the earliest, is December 2015, and that's dependent on how this process moves forward and also on the availability of federal funds. So again, bottom line up front, this is about a Dade County need. St. Lucie would be looked at as a donor county. The sand sources off of Miami, as I said, are depleted. That's not because Miami was a poor steward of the resources. They have a different geologic setting, a very shallow shelf, so they don't have a whole lot of area for sand to accumulate on. They do have a very small volume of renewable sand, about 2 million cubic yards over their 25-year remaining project life, and we will be attempting to use every bit of that we can. Over their remaining project life, for about 25 years, they're going to need about 7.2 million cubic yards of sand. And when I speak to remaining project life, that's 12 years left out of the 50 on one portion of the project and 25 years on the other portion. As I mentioned earlier, this alternative sand source study has been going on for more than 30 years. Congress has passed two laws, one in 1986 and one in 1999, that basically prevent us from going to non-domestic sources or the Bahamas for sand unless we can prove that all domestic sands are exhausted or not available. There's also a previous law called the Jones Act, which prevents dredges from operating outside of federal waters. And this has always all been vetted, and we've investigated ways to potentially work around or within these laws, and the determination has made if there's federal or state and domestic sources available, we've got to use them before we even begin to look or spend any money exploring non-domestic sands. So the Corps of Engineers, about a year and a half ago, in cooperation with DEP and all the counties shown here, started what we call the SAND study. It's a sediment availability and needs determination. And this was a very coordinated group, open and participation by all, to determine what each county's need was for the next 50 years and what each county's availability was. In other words, how much sand was in the borrow areas offshore of these counties. As a result of that, you see in this table, just briefly, it's very technical, but the bottom line is in Southeast Florida, after many contingencies are applied, there's about 100 million extra cubic yards than is needed for the next 50 years. You can see in the far right column, Dade County, Miami-Dade, has a deficit of about 23 million cubic yards, and St. Lucie has a surplus of about 78 million. You can go down the list. Palm Beach also has a fairly large surplus of around 47 million cubic yards. So moving on to the NEPA process, we've determined there is domestic sand available. The next step is to start selecting what borrow areas we might be able to use for Dade County. We've got to do this environmental analysis, and then we've got to do a Corps of Engineers report called a limited reevaluation study that will look into the economics and ensure that the benefit to cost ratio is still positive on Dade County. So NEPA applies to all federal actions. It requires federal agencies to consider and document all the environmental impacts that are a result of our decision making. It requires us to cooperate with all federal and local agencies, concerned citizens, and private organizations during the planning. And it starts again with the scoping. That's where the agency explains what decision is to be made, and we ask for input from the public concerning information pertaining to the project. So we'll be here asking for public and otherwise input on what resources do you know are out there, anything from good fishing spots you'd like us to stay away from to borrow areas that you'd like to use for your own beach nursery project. There's no issue too small. We'd like to hear about them all. We will incorporate them into our report and in our decision-making process. So what happens after the scoping meeting? The scoping meeting will happen next week. Pardon me. Here you go. Scoping meeting will happen next week. There's a month of public comment where we'll take any emails, calls, written comment from the public and incorporate that into our study. After we get those, we'll begin screening the alternatives, meaning we're going to start out with every possible borrow area that could be used, everything from an inlet to the Bahamas to borrow areas in state waters and federal waters. We cannot be pre-decisional at any point at the beginning of this phase. As soon as that 30 days is over, we start crossing things off the list. We intend to cross off the borrow areas in state waters. We have to cross off the borrow areas in the Bahamas due to the laws. As we get input about fisheries, benthic communities, hard grounds, archaeological concerns, we'll just keep crossing off potential borrow areas until we get down to a small handful. From those, we'll start doing geologic investigation to see if the sand is the quality, the color, and the size that we need. And then we'll move forward with consultation with other agencies. We have to look into the Endangered Species Act, Historic Preservation Act, etc. And then we'll prepare a draft document referred to as a NEPA document that will be released to the public for review and comment. And again, those comments will be incorporated into the report. So I've mentioned the screening and how we are going to take borrow areas off the list. Examples would be environmental resource impacts. If we see there's hard grounds or some other environmental resource that would be impacted by our use, we'll take that off the list. If there's competing needs, in other words, If St. Lucie or someone else wants to use that borrow area, it comes off the list. If the cost is exceedingly high for some reason, off the list, and so forth. The application screening criteria will evolve as we get the public input, so I can't give you a firm list right now. It will evolve as we hear input from the public. This is a map that shows the known borrow areas in St. Lucie right now. I apologize. On some of the screens, you can see this red line. That is the demarcation between federal and state waters. That's about 3 miles offshore. So we're taking all these areas off the table. We will be. They have to be included in the NEPA report, but we're committing to not use those. So if St. Lucie ends up being a donor area for one of these borrow areas, pardon me, it would likely be one of these that's furthest offshore. And I've got a poster here if anybody would like to look at it later. So we're thinking we'll be at least 6 miles off the coast. The draft schedule for this effort, the NEPA scoping will be complete 17 September. We'll complete the draft report around January of 2014. Public review will occur from June to August of 2014, followed by a month of incorporation of comments, and that report should be complete around September 2014. Some additional tasks that will be completed would be the tri-party agreement for the use of sand in federal waters and an FDEP permit. So both of those tasks involve additional public input and comment and review. And then we would advertise and award that contract pending funds and a best case scenario on all fronts in September of 2015. So we're still a good way out, very early in the process. Now this is another bottom line at back slide. Our intent here is that the NEPA assessment and screening will likely result in 1 to 3 borrow areas containing at least the required 7 million cubic yards. The complete LRR, or limited reevaluation report, which includes the economics and engineering considerations, also needs to be completed. All of these will have multiple levels of review. After this is completed, the Corps of Engineers will be locked into these areas determined, these 1 to 3 areas, as our only choice for renourishment of Dade County unless we reopen the process again. I think this protects you. We will choose 1 borrow area for the upcoming contract needs and develop it to design and the design to plans and specifications and permit level. We'll enter the tri-party agreement with BOEM, the county, Dade County, and the Corps of Engineers for use of borrow areas in federal water, and then we'll permit through the usual process with FDEP and construct subject to availability of funds. Our commitment throughout the process is to have high levels of communication, proactive involvement. We will ask the county to be involved every step of the way, and we will be very transparent. I think we've had great St. Lucie participation in our sand study, and it was a very transparent process that we are counting on carrying through this NEPA process. I'm happy to take any questions now or at any time in the future, and you've got my contact information here. Thank you for your time.
Yeah. And actually, for the record, can you provide your name and address for the record?
Sure. Jacqueline Kaiser, 701 San Marco Boulevard, Jacksonville.
Jack, thank you for your presentation. Obviously, I think as a board, and probably even in terms of this audience, you're going to find that for the most part, clearly St. Lucie County has been very concerned and opposed to the idea of losing sand from our county, having trucks, barges, railroad cars, et cetera, traveling and taking sand down south, regardless of a 50-year plan. So that's a real bone of contention. Again, and I know we can all applaud for a lot of things, but again, we want to be respectful to those. And so I know it's tough to come to this crowd, but this is actually a crowd that would probably be, I could almost guarantee you most everybody here would be very opposed to this proposal that's here. Board members, anything for the presentation, questions or comments?
Mr. Chairman, I would like to at least acknowledge and thank Jackie for having been here. I've been part of that scoping committee for the past year with the Army Corps in the sand study part of it. And Jackie, you well know my concerns. I've shared those with you many times, but I can either hold off until Friday or do it here, or do it both. I don't care, because I will make sure those concerns.
I'm more than happy to hear them now if you like.
Okay, you asked for it.
I know.
We've been down this road with the Army Corps several years ago. My concern is the sand study that you have referenced is not yet completed, other than the location of where sands are located at. There has yet to be phase 2, which I have pushed and pushed for, and that is who gets to use the sand, how often do they get to come up here, how is it going to be transported, what the effect on our beaches 50 years from now is going to be. How many times can they come after every storm? Where is the mitigation going to be done? Is it going to be done in our county or down south? How is it going to be transported? Who's going to pay for the replacement of our roads if it's done by trucking? So until those questions are answered, I'm going on record now, and I'll said it 7, 8 years ago, you cannot play in our sandbox.
May I comment briefly? No.
Yeah.
And thank you for your involvement in the sand study. Every one of those questions will be a part of that NEPA document. That's why, even though we've been, as you said, we've been here before, this has been going on for a very long time, we've kind of started from scratch, and we're very early in the process.
I understand
Okay.
that. But again, it's one of those, if you want St. Lucie County residents to be informed, those are the types of questions you have got to have answers before, all of us, because otherwise it's going to be the same repeat again of that meeting, which was not pleasant.
Right.
You know, and again, I'm not telling you anything that you don't already know, but until those questions are answered, there is a guarantee there is something substantial that protects St. Lucie County beaches. We have many times worked with you. You know how fast our beaches get eroded. Mm-hmm. The area that you're looking at, the residents have actually put their own funds to the table to help pay for that renourishment. We're in the process of going through a GRR study, which is the general review study, to try to get that federalized down there. Yet you're taking off the sand, or using the sands, and we don't know what that effect's going to be. That is a huge issue to this county.
Thank you.
I'll see you next Friday.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you for attending. Yes, Commissioner Scott.
And I echo my colleagues' sentiments across the board thus far. And can you just tell us what the benefit is for St. Lucie County?
The benefit is really for the state of Florida. Everybody benefits when our shore protection program is successful. Miami Beach, I hate to throw out numbers, but $11 billion annually to the national economy from tourists alone. That's not even the storm protection benefits. So we benefit as a state. And Miami is very important to the nation, to the state, et cetera, but so is St. Lucie. I mean, I think you all know that the Corps also works very hard to protect Fort Pierce. I mean, Dade County is an important project, but it's got its issues. Fort Pierce is an important project that's got its issues, and we're working through all of them in different ways with different solutions. So the benefit is in the big picture, I'm afraid.
And the big picture is that Miami Dade is relatively built out. There's really nothing more they can build there.
Right.
But St. Lucie County is in a growth mode once again, as we will be seeing here in the next few months, if not a few years. And we are going to have a similar influx of tourism to St. Lucie County, so that's a big concern of ours. Additionally, from a natural standpoint, the sands do flow from north to south and end up down there at some point in time over time. So, you know, when do we get our sand back? That's an issue. The other is a policy being developed for, you talked about a borrow area where the sand moves off the beaches and then ends up in some area. What is the policy of recollecting that sand and placing it back on their beaches long before they come back here?
Right. In Miami-Dade County, the sand accumulates essentially in inlets. They have a very shallow shelf, so once it goes off that deep shelf, it's essentially not reclaimable, at least with current technology. But in the inlets, about 2 million cubic yards will accumulate every 25 years or so. The next renourishment will use one of those inlets to renourish their beach, and that is certainly our first choice. It's much less expensive for everyone involved. So that will always be the first choice for renourishment.
Okay, then the $54 million question for me, you've got $11 billion to the state of Florida with their beaches and so on and so forth. But from an environmental standpoint, St. Lucie County and this Treasure Coast region is a large turtle nesting area. And sand compatibility is a high matter of importance for our beaches, especially for the turtle nesting area. I don't suspect that Miami Dade has many turtles that are nesting there these days, based on the number of tourism that you've provided. So when the time comes, if there is a selection process, are we having the ability to make sure that St. Lucie County has the highest quality sands that will be acceptable for turtle nesting areas?
Yes, I mean, the turtle nesting and the compatibility is part of that permitting process. We can only put sand on the beach that's compatible with what you currently have, because we don't want to change up the environment for the turtles. And by choosing only 1 or 2 potential borrow areas for Dade, we're not going to go after anything else you've looked at. And those 1 or 2 that we select, we will work with you to not go after anything you think might be more beneficial for your project. I mean, the poster shows there's a whole lot of variety and availability in St. Lucie. And I think the sentiment is there's plenty to go around, but certainly, and I've asked your engineers to let me know what you'd like us to stay away from, and I'm going to work with them on that, and that's certainly our intent.
Well, as you say, 50 years, there's plenty to go around, but 50 years is a long time, but a short period of time the way we've seen erosion occur. I guess the other question is, because this sand is readily available off St. Lucie County, will St. Lucie County be provided some kind of funding for the future, because it right now doesn't cost us as much money to dredge and pull that sand offshore to help us. If we have to truck it or ship it or do what Miami Dade is going to do, it's going to cost us money. So I would suggest with $11 billion in revenue coming out of Miami Dade, they certainly could share some revenue sources for St. Lucie County and our residents.
Sure, that may be more of a council-to-council type discussion, but again, we're only going to potentially use the borrow areas that are furthest from your shores, which would be the most expensive for you to go to anyway, so we're hoping to not impact your costs with 78 million cubic yards, you might have 200 or so years available for St. Lucie right now. Of course, we're asking to use some of that, but no impacts in the foreseeable future economically.
And I assure you, this is one of the reasons why, for me, and I know there's a lot of people in the audience today about 750. This is one of the reasons why I intend to stay in 750, because I want to have a voice at the table when other counties are coming to our county to secure sands or any other resources that come available in the region. So I must have a voice for the people of St. Lucie County, and I'm glad that we're here, and we'll see you again in the next meetings.
Sure.
So thank you.
Thank you.
Do you want to give a recap on the amount of money we receive from the federal government? Would you mind doing a little recap of what we do receive from the Army Corps, though, just as it relates to the beaches?
Oh, thank you for putting me on the
I am.
You're a resident.
No,
expert.
just for those as well in the audience, because obviously the sand issue, it's a local issue, but it is an issue that obviously we aren't able to provide for that need without assistance. And that's become obviously a growing issue. We've been to D.C. numerous times to try and obtain that.
I think Richard may be here because
And
each of the projects are separate, and it depends
Just
on...
as a generality, though,
I would say they've averaged anywhere from 7 to, 35 million, Richard?
and that's done how often?
Usually, it's been averaging every 2 years with the storms that we've been having. The full renourishments, I think we've been averaging about every 4 to 5 years.
Yes, for the record, Richard Bouchard, Senior Coastal Engineer for St. Lucie County. The Fort Pierce Beach project has a long history to it. I won't go through it all. It started back in the 70s. Our project life is getting ready to expire here in the year 2020, so we're not too far off, and we're trying to work with the Corps to extend that another 50 years. But right now, We're sort of on a 2-year nourishment cycle out at Fort Pierce Beach. The erosion is so bad, the rock jetties from the inlet stick out in the ocean, and basically it sand starves our beaches to the south. So we've been putting, the last couple of years, I think we put close to 400,000 or 500,000 cubic yards of sand a year. We got a pretty good cost share on that. The federal government, Corps picks up about 78% or thereabouts. The state picks up 11%, and we pick up the other 11%. So needless to say, very dependent on the Corps and the funding, and they've been really great. After Sandy, our beaches have really got hit real bad, and many kudos to Jackie and the Corps for stepping up to the plate. I don't want to go on and on, but what they did was, I've never seen it done, how quickly they got together, got the funds, got permits and everything, and the sand went on the beach very quickly. So there's a high need at Fort Pierce Beach to continue this process, and we're very grateful that the Corps is there. Now, the other project in the south, erosion's not quite as bad there, so we're just going to have to continue to monitor that. We are working with the Corps to try to make that a federal project as well. We're slowly getting there. It just takes a little bit of time, but hopefully the project we just completed, which I think turned out really great, will last hopefully in time that by then maybe we'll have a federal project in place.
Thank you. And sort of as a recap, the sand flows from north to south. When it hits the inlet, because the inlet either sucking or pushing out, the sand is not able to be replenished on the beaches south of the inlet. As a result, we get the starvation process that we discussed. So every time a storm hits and as natural erosion occurs, we keep having the removal of all that sand from that area, which does travel further south, as Commissioner Zadowski discussed. But then it's through the renourishment process that sand is then brought back in to replace that sand that just continues to forever keep going out, should it not be recovered because of the man-made inlet that was put in place.
Yeah, that is correct. As long as that inlet's there, we're always going to have an erosion problem on South Beach, and I think Commissioner Zadowski is correct. I think we need to remind everybody the sand that we do place at Fort Pierce Beach does not wash away. Mother Nature takes it and feeds our beaches to the south. So not only do we protect Fort Pierce Beach with the sand that we place there, but it also helps make our beaches to the south healthier as well.
Okay. Any other comments, questions?
Again, I didn't want you to think I was beating you up. At the end of the day, we have a serious issue here in St. Lucie County, and it is our job to protect the residents of St. Lucie County and this 600 square miles in which we represent.
Sure. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kaiser. Okay, at this time, we're going to turn to general public comment. Anyone wishing to address the board, please feel free to do so. Just as sort of a help for tonight, we would like to just try and remind everybody to be positive in terms of how you treat and work with each other. If you agree with that, great, but we just ask that people help us run an efficient meeting. We're glad that you're here. We're glad to receive your comments. And the board as a whole, though, has asked as well that people try and refrain from repeating the same thing over and over. If somebody has already said something, try not to continue to repeat that, but we're glad that you're here and glad to hear your comments this evening. Good evening.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Leilani Blackburn. I'm a student at Kaiser University studying radiologic technology. Right now, my issue is the county pools closing. I would like to ask you to think to yourself, can you put a price on your children or your loved ones? The county pools close from September to about May. And I have worked there for 3 years, knowing this issue since I was a little girl. When people spend more time in the water, they know how safe they're able to be. We also offer safety courses that help small children up to adults. And when the pools close, that gives them less time to be in the water, less time to know how safe they can be. The #1 cause of death in Florida is drowning because we are surrounded by water. Water is everywhere, whether you like it or not. And I would like to propose that maybe we could keep them open a month more. Like, we can keep them open from October till about May. You know, just extend it one more month. That way we can offer a couple more courses for those children and for those adults who don't know how to swim, who don't know how dangerous water can be when you don't spend time in it, and where our facilities are, such as Lakewood Park, Port St. Lucie, and Fort Pierce. We've already had to close one pool out of we used to have 4, and that was Paradise. Since that has happened, our numbers have dropped significantly in patrons and supporters. I remember bringing this issue up to the board when I was about 10 years old, and I was just as nervous as I am now.
Don't be nervous.
And I don't remember exactly what I said, but I remember it was around the same guidelines as what I'm saying now, that it is still an issue 8 years later, and that even if you have to raise taxes or anything else, I've known people to not mind that because you really can't put a price on your children or your loved ones. And thank you.
Good job.
Thank you, Liloney.
Thank you.
I just realized, are you with Professor Van Allen?
Yes.
Okay. Good to see you, Professor. You have some students here tonight?
Yes, sir.
You do, okay.
Come on up.
Good. The Professor Van Allen's with Kaiser University, and through one of his classes, he has students that, as a part of their academic classwork, have to provide a presentation to us based upon an issue that's near and dear to their heart. So, good to see you all here tonight. Good evening.
Good evening.
Hi there.
My name is Larissa Desleys, and I attend Kaiser University. I am currently studying for my associates in paralegal. Tonight, I would like to discuss hospitals in St. Lucie County, better help and medication. I have a little brother who I would love to see grow up and have a long lifespan. He is currently battling sickle cell disease, which is when you have like a low count and white blood cells. And it's a pain to take him to the hospital. Hospitals in St. Lucie County do not have the right medication and the proper training to take care of these children. It's not only the children with sickle cell disease, the children with cancer and more. For my brother, we have to drive him all the way to West Palm so he can get the better care he needs. And during that time period, something could happen to him. He could pass out, or worse, he can even die. Our hospitals need to be up to date with people who know what they are doing and have the right medications for every child that comes in there. They should not be only able to help 1 or 2 people. They should be able to help everyone. The hospitals, I mean, we could build fundraisers to build up money to get better training for the doctors and the nurses, to get more medications into our hospitals. Day after day, my baby brother has to go to the hospital because something's wrong with him. And I hate seeing that my mom has to drive him all the way to West Palm just for he to get the care that he needs. I would like to have a hospital that's like right around the corner that I know that will give him the right treatment and the care that he needs. And I'm pretty sure every parent that has a child that is battling a sickness, or if you have kids, imagine if they did. You would like to know that there's a hospital right around the corner that could take care of them. You wouldn't want to wait to drive 1 hour and 30 minutes or wait for a helicopter to drive them to a different location because the one that's near them doesn't know what they're doing. We need to make a change. Again, my name is Larissa Desleys, and I would like to know if there's like anything that can be done about this situation.
Thank you for your question. Actually, the county, we don't actually control the hospitals and work through that, but we're always willing to try and open up doors of communication to try and help facilitate things with our medical care providers. But you pose a good question. It'd be one that'd be interesting to take. You could easily approach the folks at Lawnwood, St. Lucie Medical, as well as we have Martin Memorial Hospital. I'd be interested to see how they want to propose and working with you on that.
Okay.
But as your elected officials, we don't have control over how things operate from that particular standpoint.
Okay.
But you do make a good point, Commissioner, in that, Mr. Chairman, that Martin Memorial is building a new hospital west of town, and it might be a good time for you to have a conversation with some of their administrative folks and raise the issue that you have. They are looking to be a top-notch hospital in our region, and I think now would be a good time to go have that conversation.
Okay.
Good
Thank
timing.
you.
Mhm.
Have a good night.
Good night.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Ryan Spellman. I am a student of Kaiser University, and I am majoring in dietetics and nutrition. According to the City of Port St. Lucie Project Development and Environment Study, there are roughly around 104,700 vehicles in St. Lucie County. Now, they projected that over the next 20 years, this number will increase by about 48%. Now, I've been a resident of Port St. Lucie ever since I was born. Now, personally, as I get ready and drive to where I need to be early in the morning, I find that traffic congestion is an issue during specific set times where rush hour and where everyone is trying to get to work or whichever. This, to me, causes a somewhat of a safety issue because with the traffic congestion, we only have 2 avenues of approach when going to US 1. We have Prima Vista Boulevard and Port St. Lucie Boulevard. Now, just having these 2 avenues of approach, I witness what seems about a car accident every other day driving down Port St. Lucie Boulevard. Now, just think, with all these traffic congestions, people need to get to work or they need to get to wherever they need to be. They need to drive quicker and need to weave in and out of traffic. Now that type of driving is promoted, that could increase the possible chance of car accidents. Now, with the increased possible chance of car accidents, emergency personnel would have to be able to get to where this accident occurred diligently, but they might not have the ability to get there in a timely fashion. Just think that in an accident or something like that, your loved one would be in the back of, say, an ambulance, where these precious minutes matter. Now, those precious minutes they have remaining are spent with the ambulance navigating its way through congested traffic. I propose that finishing Crosstown Parkway to where it connects to US 1 would help with the possible congestion on these 2 roads, because it would provide a 3rd avenue of approach for emergency personnel and for patrons trying to get to and from work on US 1. I propose that due to the importance of these issues mentioned, the completion of Crosstown Parkway is essential for the growth of our community. Thank you very much. I'm Ryan Spellman.
Thank you, Mr. Spellman. Appreciate it.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Spellman, I just wanted to share with you that one of the issues that we've brought through the Transportation Planning Organization, to which many of us sit on the board, Crosstown Parkway is a priority. Our good mayor from Port St. Lucie is here, and she's very pleased to hear your commitment to Crosstown Parkway. But as importantly, I sit as also a commissioner on the fire district, and what we've been trying to accomplish is bringing a light system, basically when ambulance or rescue trucks and fire trucks approach an area of congestion. They can monitor and deal with the lights to open the lights so that the traffic can flow, but as importantly, move the ambulances or rescue trucks through the system as quickly as possible. So that is something that we have been looking at for some period of time. We're looking for funding for that. So we're on that right track, and I appreciate your taking the effort to come tell us about that today.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I can't hold back. I need to add something. I think one of the things that was pointed out that really is cost effective, actually would not cost us anything, is that people would educate themselves to get out of the way, pull over and move, and allow the rescues to go through. That's sorely needed.
That's the cheap way.
Good evening.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Jason Redman. I am a student at Kaiser University studying for my Associates in Biotechnology. Tonight I would like to talk about our indigent, our despondent, and our dislocated and displaced. How much manpower is wasted from clearing out homeless camps, revolving door policies regarding jails, Baker Acts, etc., so forth. Transitional houses are a nice alternative to help these people integrate back into society. There are nonprofit organizations that attempt to be fully self-supporting through their own contributions. Only problem is when people leave prematurely, they usually leave the bills behind them. Now, my suggestion would be to start setting up some sort of grants or perhaps donation of used county vehicles to relieve some of the tensions, and also to establish a connection between the county and these nonprofit organizations so that larger nonprofit organizations would be more willing to donate to them. It would be a temporary measure just to establish that connection. Now, this is a growing problem, not only in Port St. Lucie County, but in many more like it around the country. And these are not the riffraffs of society. These are people's brothers and sisters, mothers and fathers, sons and daughters. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Redmond. Good evening.
Good evening. Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Kim McDaniel, and I'm a student at Kaiser University, and my major is in Health Services Administration. With the new school year approaching tonight, I would like to discuss with you the safety of our children heading out to the bus stops in the early morning hours, may it be by walking or riding their bikes. As you know, last year, there were quite a few early morning accidents involving children being hit by cars on the way to the bus stops. Some children lost their lives. A lot of these accidents were due to darkness and the inability of drivers to see these children walking or riding their bikes to the bus stops. For instance, on the corner of Del Rio and Davis Street, several bus stops cluster in this one area where there is very little lighting. There is a light across the street, but approaching this area where the bus stop is, there's approximately 15 meters of darkness that the kids must walk through to approach the light. There are also drivers driving through these 15 meters of darkness, utilizing the same street to enter the main road, which is Del Rio. As a resident and driver on this street, a lot of times you cannot see the pedestrians until you are less than a few feet from them. I propose that free reflectors or flashers are issued to every school kid that walks to the bus stops or ride the bikes. Maybe we can offer some kind of incentive to local merchants that gives a reflector to every child that purchases school supplies from their establishment. Maybe a tax write-off or a big write-up in the local newspaper. We could name the campaign Early Morning Watch for School Kids. The safety of our future doctors, lawyers, nurses, police officers, or possible county commissioners is very important. We should not have any children hurt or killed merely because they're going to school. One kid killed or injured is one too many. I thank you for listening, and my name is Kim McDaniel.
Thank you, Ms. McDaniel.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Jose Gomez, and I have I studied at Kaiser University, and my major is on design and multimedia. Tonight I'd like to discuss a major predicted dark future in the head of our children. We must act now in that case. In the city of Port St. Lucie, we are encountering a series of vandalism and other problems due to formation of gangs, and those children probably are on vacations or after school. They gather on the streets and they just reunite to smoke things, drugs and stuff like that. We believe that if we offer them positive alternatives, free of charge, we can modify their behavior and they will prosper in the future. That will be the new heads of this country. I propose to create other programs that involve them with the community, and they were going to be able to learn new things for the challenge that they are going to confront in the future. Programs like acting, music, for example, painting, maybe making some jewelry, or learning to carve wood. Some basic business, for example, to how to write checks, how to prepare the income taxes. Maybe teach them some yoga or some qigong, so they can learn how to control their minds and prosper. The other idea is on the terrains from the city. Maybe we can construct those bicycle tracks. In resume, we can say that the future heads of this country, probably they can be reorganized again and be prosper and to serve the country and their families, so on. Again, I thanks the opportunity. My name is Jose Gomez. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rumes. Good evening.
Good evening. Yes, we are finished. I want to thank the commissioners and everybody in the audience for your patience in letting my class speak ahead. This whole activity was to give them a lesson in having a voice and having them get involved in their community and to see the democratic process in action here. So my name is Professor Jim Van Allen with Kaiser University, and just want to say thank you again. Nice to see some of you. Commissioner Mowry, we'll be seeing you Thursday morning in my morning class. We look forward to having you as a guest speaker. And we're going to listen to a few of your speeches. Thank you so much for letting us go first. And then we do have a test tonight, so we can't stay for the whole meeting, but thank you again so much.
If I may, Mr. Chair. Professor?
Yes, sir.
You know, I want to say kudos to you and also the students as well. I got my first voice in oral communication class, and it was challenging, trust me. I had everybody in the class looking at me, and I started off stuttering, but I found my way in the process of talking. So sometimes if you let go, you allow yourself to grow. And I appreciate your commitment and efforts tonight, and you're to be applauded, and you're to applaud yourself. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you. Now, as Professor Van Allen knows, this is not normally the size of the crowd that his students have to present to, so you had trial by fire tonight.
Yes.
So thank you for attending. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Rhett Lloyd. I'm from 1518 Longwood Circle here in Fort Pierce. I was trying to get through to the back of this slide because I wanted to talk about 750, but the presentation that was done for us made a good idea of what 750 actually is. Within it, you can see the parallels, and I'm going to break that down. The first idea is that it's a federal grant or a federal direction of use of how we're going to allocate our resources, which is in the case of the NEPA project or the SANS project, our sand. Whereas 750 is a federal grant to decide how are we going to use the resources of our housing and our zoning codes to regulate life the same way. They're going to direct the allocation of the resourcing of how we're going to put our housing, what type of zoning it can be, what's the density of our zoning, the same way that we want to direct how dense the sand can be in certain places of Florida. We look here, and they talked about some of the features of the plan. It was going to be sustainable, it was going to provide economic development, but that was for Miami with its $11 billion seat. Unfortunately, they were very clear in making the point that St. Lucie County's seat is not really at that table, but at a child's table, because obviously $11 billion had a much bigger impact for the national economy. And so the overbuilt areas of Miami-Dade and Broward will have a much bigger say in how we are going to be regulated through the plan that's going to cover all 7 counties. Well, now it's only 6 because one of the less developed resources, Indian River County, which has room to grow, has gotten out of that plan. St. Lucie County needs to do the same. Martin County to the south of us has always been a slow growth community. The reach through 750 is much like the reach of the Army Corps of Engineers, and to direct how resources will be used. And so what's going to happen is that through the new layer of 750 bureaucracy, the players, the $11 billion players in Miami-Dade, are going to have a much bigger say on what happens here in St. Lucie County. And so the parallels were actually made wonderfully in this presentation, because it is another 50-year plan. They talk about economic development, something's going to be sustainable, but it's all for who? What the Army Corps of Engineers didn't talk about is the unintended consequences. Like when they first built the levees around Okeechobee, that's now providing toxic algae here in St. Lucie County. So when they talk about moving sand, they talk about projections of what will happen in 50 years, but they really have no clue, and we can't afford them to do that with our sand, let alone our housing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Lloyd.
Good evening, Commissioners. Nice to see you again. I'm Phyllis Fry. I reside at 275 Date Palm Road in Vero Beach. I'm a retired commercial pilot and FAA safety check airman. Since October of 2012, as chairperson for the American Coalition for Property Rights, I've attended 750's design charrettes, monitored their business and planning meetings, and observed their regional summit. For 10 months, I filmed and recorded their presentations. I've researched their origins and studied their master plan. I submit the following report with documentation. Last week, 750's plan for Southeast Florida was placed on the fast track by Secretary of Housing and Urban Development Sean Donovan, who announced that, quote, during the months ahead in the most ambitious social reengineering project ever undertaken by the federal government, racial mapping of every neighborhood in every community in the United States will begin, end quote. Following this blueprint, 750 targeted St. Lucie County and compiled their own report called Social Equity Analysis and Opportunity Index for the 7 counties of Southeast Florida. Part 2, page 70 states, downtown Fort Pierce is very weak in social equity. High in their opportunity census study list is a tract number 3821.9, which includes the elegant PGA Village and Country Club. Another tract, number 3812.04, covers a barrier island containing 3 state parks, noting that these areas are ethnically deficient and are high priority target areas for implementing their sustainable communities plan, as are gated communities which are, quote, particularly deficient in social justice planning, end quote. The list goes on. The census study, quote, will decide access to valuable community assets, end quote. Do we think that 750 is going to request permission from homeowner associations when they come to socially re-engineer their neighborhoods? I don't think so. In Secretary of HUD Sean Donovan's own words, quote, the new grant program targets neighborhoods of opportunity for building sustainable communities, which are clusters of low-income, HUD, high-density population, stack-and-pack high-rises built without garages that force demographic quotas under the new mandates that also force us into mass transit and deny us the use of automobiles. This plan also blocks the building of new suburbs and stops entrepreneurs from opening business outside the urban area. The members of 750 are the shock troops of regionalism. It is central planning that is so good it requires the force of the federal government to inflict it upon us. The motto advertised on 750 summit screens is, and I quote, regionalism, one neighborhood at a time. The National Research Council recommends, quote, implementing the plan under the UN's blueprint called the President's Council on Sustainable Communities, end quote. In concurrence, the American Planning Association states, quote, we believe that planning should be used as a tool to eliminate the great inequities of wealth and power in our society, end quote. Their plan is being implemented by unelected bureaucrats, appointees who were not voted in and cannot be voted out once you, St. Lucie commissioners, accept their grant money. Then their plan bypasses you. HUD's Community Challenge Grant Program allows HUD to replace local master plans, zoning codes, and building codes. As the final product of 750, sustainable communities are the mass federalization of our living spaces. This is not about social equity. This is the forced relocation of populations against our will. It is the vilification and destruction of private property rights and freedom of choice. 750 does not promote prosperity. It creates massive government dependency. It erodes capitalism. 750 will integrate more federal loans, more debt, more regulation by dissolving city and county lines to form mega regions. With the full force of the federal government behind it, 750 will mandate control of land use, zoning, transportation, and housing reforms. By, quote, transcending local government, end quote, and contravening our Constitution, in their own words, they will, quote, redistribute regional benefits and the burdens, end quote. They will decide what is and what is not sustainable, not you. Commissioners, your ability to study and understand that 750 is not an American idea, that it is a plan that pits collectivism versus individualism. It will determine whether we live in a free society or as part of a socialized state. You still have the power to withdraw. Withdraw from 750 while you still have that choice. You will not have that freedom of choice much longer. Thank you kindly for your time.
Thank you. Actually, Bert, good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. My name is Judy Culpepper. My address is 7921 Plantation Lakes Drive in Port St. Lucie. I can never top Phyllis. I won't even try. Thank you for what you just had to say. I can only talk to you like the gal I am, the girl that grew up in Fort Pierce, Florida, born and raised here. And what I simply want to say to you is 750 is about control. It's not about planning unless it's planning for control at a much higher level. I appreciated your comment, Commissioner Dazowski, about wanting to have a voice. I used to belong to the Treasure Coast Regional Planning Council as your representative some years back. The man that is there now speaking to all the plans that he has was here 25 years ago. Excuse me, but his plans were just as unusual and esoteric back then as they are today. If you relinquish your control, I believe you'll be abrogating your duty to represent us because we won't have representation anymore. I'm not going to talk to you about whether you'll have a purpose for a job or not. That's irrelevant. What's important is that you remain our ombudsman, whether you agree with us or not. You need to pull out of this. You need to pull out of this as soon as you possibly can, and you need to do it so that you can control things. Last week in Thursday's paper on B1, just below the fold, there was a pretty large article about a redevelopment in Jensen Beach. It was about an apartment complex that used to have about 130 some odd units or something like that, and ultimately, after much ado, it was reduced to 21 single-family residential units, which seemed to please the Jensen Beach neighborhood area. In 750, the term Manhattanize is used. Manhattan, of course, is New York City at its finest, and if you've never been there, it's a great place to visit, but I sure as heck don't want to live there. So what I'm trying to say to you is we're going to be Manhattanized. And if you think density in Brevard, or Broward rather, Dade, and Palm Beach is too much for you, then you want to get out of this, because that's what you're headed for. You are headed for stack and pack, is it called, Phyllis? Well, we don't want that. We don't want 600 square feet to live in. We like our houses, thank you very much, and they're quite sustainable as long as there aren't too many of them. That's the key, density. You do not want to let this happen. And if you think you'll have a voice any more than you do now on the Treasure Coast Regional Planning Council, you'll be so outvoted and so frustrated it won't even be funny. I speak from experience. It's no fun to be in the minority, and that's exactly where you'll be. Only you'll have Dade County and Broward added to the mix instead of just having to deal with Palm Beach County. Please, next week, if that's when you're planning to vote on this, please withdraw. Thank you very much.
Chairman Mallory, Commissioners, I'm Bert Shadow, I live at 2983 Lookout Boulevard in the beautiful city of Port St. Lucie. And it is beautiful. It is the epitome of urban sprawl, and we love it. But I'm here to talk about a different topic. This is Deborah Swanson's speech, but Deborah became ill this afternoon, so you're going to get my version. I first became aware of the 750 program about not quite a year and a half ago when I went to one of their charrettes at the community center in Port St. Lucie. And I was pretty much appalled at what I saw, what I listened to, and what I experienced. These charrettes are designed, they're using the Delphi system, and they're designed to get a preconceived conclusion from the participants. I mean, the man started out and he talked for half an hour, and I didn't think he said anything. Well, he really didn't. Then we broke into little small groups, and we were engineered and presented topics, and then we were asked questions, multiple choice questions, and all the answers really led to the same preconceived conclusion. And so if this would have been something planning, if they had started out their charrettes when they began the program about 3 years ago, and if they had planning objectives that they could have told the audience and so on and so forth, this would have probably gone over everyone's head. But it shocked me, and it made me want to look into it. So I did. My topic tonight is, why did Indian River County drop out of it? I think because they became educated. They had so many citizens that experienced the same thing I experienced, and questioned, and looked into it, and studied it, and found out what it was, how it came about. And you've heard all these topics tonight. So we did learn. The ladies in Indian River County, I'm very proud of them. They took it to everyone that would listen. They took it to the city council. They took it to the county commission, and they educated their leaders. The leaders began to understand. They looked around. They studied. And that is, in essence, what we have to do. And when I studied this, I came to the conclusion that the 750 program it has no use. It is a plan that was, we need long-range planning. Okay, I've been a planner. I've been in real estate all my life. We are in a lineal city, and that's something I learned just recently because I went to the summit meeting. We are a lineal city, at least through Palm Beach. You know, you're bordered by the ocean on one side and the Everglades on the other, but Martin County isn't. Saint Lucie County isn't. Definitely Indian River County isn't. We're not a lineal city. We're not a megapolis. Port St. Lucie is epitome of urban sprawl. We don't have a planning problem. Our planning is very good, actually. And if the EPA hadn't held us up for our bridge in Port St. Lucie, it would have been there, what, 3, 4, 5 years ago? And we would have had even less congestion. And we don't have congestion anyway because we don't have a downtown. We don't need urbanization. We don't have a downtown. We don't need to go in and renew our downtown area because we don't. Possibly we have 3 downtowns. So the residents of Port St. Lucie can go to downtown 1, 2, or 3 less congestion. I'm very happy with the planning that the city of Port St. Lucie is doing. The 750 program has little relevancy for them. Urbanization doesn't work in Port St. Lucie. Urbanization is based upon mass transit. We have about a quarter of a mile frontage on the FEC railway in Port St. Lucie. So everyone's going to have to drive to the train station if we have one. And then you're going to have to put a parking lot in the savannas. It doesn't work. There may be limited value in Fort Pierce as a county. I don't know why you're interested. But I'd like to tell the people in the audience, the reason that the Indian River County dropped out is because they listened to their citizens, they became educated, and all of you can become educated too. You have the right to attend any meeting, any public meeting, whether it be county commission, city council, and committees, and you even have a new state statute that says you may speak to any public commission or committee. Educate yourself, go out, experience.
Thank you, Mr. Shadowin.
Educate our leaders.
Good evening.
Good evening. Commissioners, I'm Kenneth Olin. I live at 4097 Katy Trace Road in the city of Fort Pierce. I'll mimic everything that's been said so far, or most of it, and would like to add some comments. Superficially, very superficially, 750 seems to have some merit. But when you get into the detail, it falls apart. And it falls apart because objectives must be achievable. An objective will say what you're going to do, how you're going to do it, and in the end, what good is it going to be if you achieve your objective? And I've read extensively on the subject, and I find it just incredible. Urban planners are very good at spending money. And they're very good at taking credit. Look what we did. It's like Obama saying, I got the guy in the Middle East. Not the Marines, not the Army. In many cases, the projects are never complete. More study, more planning is required. That's why they're very good at spending money. One of the graphics that I looked at with tongue-in-cheek was where the 6-county area sits as far as economic sphere. Oh, wonderful. Latin America, the Caribbean, Cuba, perhaps if the United States federal government would allow you to trade for Cuba. This area, sorry, this area has very little resources and no money. I've done business in Puerto Rico. Unless you have an irrevocable letter of credit, so when you load the ship with your goods and you go to the bank and get your money, you may never get paid. It's nice drawing circles on a map, but are they meaningful? If you rely on urban planners to deal with complex issues like international trade, like global climate change, you're making a mistake. If you want to abdicate your responsibilities as duly elected representatives of the citizens of this county, there's a door. Be careful when you leave. Because 7-Eleven will say you're insignificant. We'll rule and plan right over your head. They will give up control to business and commercial interests, and they've already said the cities, the counties, the rights of individuals are meaningless. So please add my remarks to those already made and do as at least the city of Vero Beach did, get out of this thing.
Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioner, Mr. Chair. It's a pleasure being before you again. As the speakers before me have done such a great job about educating you, and we've been working on you now for, I guess, a month, maybe longer. I'd like to introduce you to the next phase of the education, which is Building One America. I don't know how many people here in the audience have heard of Building One America, but they certainly should look at their website, which is very articulate about Sustainable Communities Initiative. And Building One America, and this is off of their website, says that the Sustainable Communities Initiative is an exciting new program introduced by the Obama administration, spearheaded by the Department of Housing and Urban Development. It calls for a collaborative and integrated approach between federal agencies, particularly HUD, DOT, and EPA, to promote more equitable, livable, and sustainable neighborhoods and communities throughout our metropolitan regions. It has tremendous potential to create model, test-cased regions of smart growth, racial justice, and economic prosperity that can both inform policy and blaze the political trail for broader and more comprehensive federal reforms. The Sustainable Communities Initiative must apply to the entire metropolitan region. Sprawl, segregation, poverty, and economic growth cannot be addressed locally. No city or county or town in a region can compete alone with China or India. Once again, regionalization, taking your authority away and making it a single voice in the region. Sustainable Communities Initiative must require a strong focus on social and racial justice goals. Remember, this is Building One America. This is not someone from St. Lucie County. Sustainable Communities Initiative must mean sustainable and inclusive communities. Reducing concentrated poverty and economic segregation needs to have as much weight in the design of this program and the design of eligible requirements as does the reduction of sprawl and other important environmental goals tied to climate change. SCI must be based on a clear analysis of regional geography and opportunity. As you heard from Mrs. Fry, this portion of the implementation is now beginning. They are going to blueprint all of the communities throughout the country. A condition of any SCI planning grant is that the grantee must conduct regional opportunity mapping that will analyze relative job opportunity, educational opportunity, public services quality, and socioeconomic environment on a community-by-community basis, and clearly identify those that are high opportunity, medium opportunity, and low opportunity. The SCI grant should then explicitly support programs and policies to advance racial and economic diversity in high opportunity communities, while stabilizing and strengthening medium and low opportunity communities. Your high opportunity communities are your affluent communities, middle class, and the low opportunity communities is basically your lowest end. The objective of this is basically, as they call in a real estate business, blockbusting. This is the next portion of what is being implemented next. February of 2014 is when they want to go into the implementation phase. You're noted still, and I've spoken to many of you, as a Tier 2 participant in the 750 plan. That means that you're going to give them staff and you're going to give them taxpayer dollars to support this program. If you are not, and we have not been able to find any documentation that shows you are Tier 2, then basically the 750 blueprint that is out there notes that you are in, and basically if you're not, you should have them remove you from the list. We would hope that you would take everybody's suggestion and pass a resolution to please remove yourselves from this unhealthy situation. Thank you very much.
Just for the record.
No, I'm not going to give you my name.
No. Just you didn't provide your name, Mr. Gotts, so just name and address for the record.
Mark Gotts, 154 Northwest
Thanks,
Magnolia
Mark.
Lakes Boulevard. Is that okay?
That's
Todd,
good.
for you, anything.
Appreciate it. Good evening.
Good evening, Commissioners, staff. My name's Brett McCain, 1813 South 29th Street, Fort Pierce, Florida. I'm before you this evening in opposition to the 750 plan, and since the plan's slogan is a blueprint for ensuring economic prosperity, I've decided to confine my comments to the economic position. There is a prevalent economic theory today that in the short run, economic activity is determined by total spending. This theory argues for a reduction in interest rates and increase in government investment, both to inject income into the economy, thus stimulating economic activity. It does not account for the erosion of wealth and purchasing power of the people's savings from the below market rates. It does not allow for an accurate analysis of consumer demand, since investment revenue is not the property of those spending it. These distortions in markets waste, not conserve resources. They create the market bubbles, such as the recent housing bubble that devastated our entire economy, and this is the plan's economic theory. 750 promotes sustainable development, and people are quick to jump behind all things sustainable. But who decides what is and is not sustainable? It's not the property owner. On what logical basis is sustainability calculated? It's not on an economic basis. And exactly whose good is considered for benefit? The politician or bureaucrat? What are we attempting to sustain? It's not property rights, voluntary exchange, or free choice. John Bratlin, an economist with U.S. Department of Interior, wrote in 2006, and I quote, "The theory of intergenerational sustainability largely ignores the valuations and actions of individual human beings, the critical function of private property rights, and the role of market institutions based on voluntary monetary exchange." He continued, "By ignoring these features of human life, the case for sustainable development provides no rational framework for dealing with emerging scarcities." Every human action involves the employment of scarce means to attain the most valued ends. There are laws of economics, just like there are laws of physics and laws of nature. For example, subjective valuation. The value of various goods and services does not reside objectively and intrinsically in the things themselves, apart from the individual who is making an evaluation. The law of marginal utility tells us that the greater the unit of supply, the less utility we value each unit. Again, this can only be deduced subjectively. We do not attempt to overturn Newton's law of motion. We cannot overturn laws of economics, no matter how beautiful a picture is painted for us. At the core of sustainable development is the notion of disciplining the consumption of consumers and producers through coercive force. The two main 750 consultant firms are ardent supporters of the New Urbanist movement. Randall Holcomb, an economics professor at Florida State University, warned of the dangers of new urbanism to economic prosperity in an essay titled "New Urbanism versus the Market Process." He exposed the flaws of the movement from the very argument 750 seems to take on open space, environmental amenities, farmland, pollution, traffic congestion, smart growth, and population densities. He wrote this over a decade ago. He concluded that the concerns of the new urbanists were overblown, the market forces work against the new urbanist goals, that if new urbanist goals were met, it would lower people's standard of living, not raise them, and that the type of planning urged by new urbanist movement plans excessively to try to control the decisions of private landowners while planning insufficiently for the development of its own resources. I haven't met anyone that thinks politics is efficient. I find it disturbing that anyone would support removing decisions that are made by private property owners and politicize those decisions. 750 would be politicizing more property decisions. 750 is a charade, not an economic prosperity plan. It lacks a basic understanding of economics. I urge you to all vote against 750. Thank you for the time.
Good evening.
Good evening. I'm Stephanie Austin, 6250 Arrowhead, and my husband works in this county, and we care very deeply what happens here. Across the political spectrum, people are waking up. Last week, former President Jimmy Carter stated, "America has no functioning democracy at this moment." That's a profound statement. Senator Ted Cruz states, and I quote, "The American people do not know what is about to hit them." Even the Government Office of Accountability tells us that we are not doing too well on the issues of constitutionality. We were stunned last week to see that on our website we had over 2,000 hits, and there are 3 anti-750 websites. That's just one of them. Our website in Vero Beach is ac4pr.net. In the fall of 2011, Indian River County Commission signed the Sustainable Communities Grant Consortium Agreement. Months after seeing a notice in the Press Journal, I attended the 750 charrette. My prior background research turned up dozens upon dozens of YouTube videos in counties around the nation appealing to their local officials to drop out of these nefarious plans. It might be named Horizon 2030 in Alabama or Granite State Futures in New Hampshire, but these regional plans are all the same. The San Francisco Bay Area meetings have been met with extreme opposition, and they have now announced a lawsuit. Similar to the visioning meetings in San Francisco, the charrette in Indian River County was extremely adversarial. We were outnumbered by those required to attend by their government employers. It was obvious to all that the intent was to check off the obligatory public meeting. We did not go there to play the word cloud game or have our pictures taken constantly. In true Delphi style, our questions were never answered, and we're still being Delphied today. We have gone to their outcome-based meetings. We have done the in-depth research. We have come to an educated conclusion. We are not misinformed or misguided, as 750 contends. The fact remains, regionalism or central planning is not our representative system of government. It is a constitutional violation. A constitutional violation. On Twitter, Dover Cole and Partners boast about 750 steering where mass populations will live. The idea that 750 promotes the steering of a certain behavior is immoral and un-American. They are against the right to choose how and where we live. We are not part of a socialist state. However, sources have told us that for their scheme to work in every county, that massive land use controls must take place. This is the next step. We have seen last month's press release from both the federal administration and the United Nations. The mandate is to ramp up implementation of sustainability globally, here and around the world and in the U.S. Please keep in mind that this is a global plan. The plan for the United Kingdom looks pretty much like the plan in San Francisco. Check it out on YouTube. The truth is available to everyone. I am proud to say that the Indian River County Commission voted to exit 750 on December 18th, 2012. I am assured 100% that responsible planning still continues in my county. My 3-month-old granddaughter will know that the people in this room participated in the epic struggle to save our nation from the so-called Sustainable Communities Initiative. And by the way, it's not sustainable, it's not about communities, it is an initiative. My husband and I thank everyone in this room for coming tonight. I respectfully ask you 2 questions. Will this commission stand against a costly, multi-generational, unending regional plan of inventory and control? And most importantly, I ask you once again, will 750 bring us closer to liberty, or will 750 bring us closer to socialism? Please see stop750.com. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Good evening.
My name is John DeMola. I live at 731 Southwest Arkansas Terrace.
Forgive my voice, I've been raising it the past few days, so I'll try to be as brief as I can. And this lady before me, she got it right. She's the only person that's been up here that mentioned the Constitution. Right? Everyone in this room should read the Constitution from top to bottom. And I just want to read you part of it. It's Amendment 14. It's got to do with citizenship. Pardon me, forgive me. All persons born or naturalized in the U.S. and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States and of the state wherein they reside. Florida, here. No state shall enforce any law which shall abridge the privileges or immunities of citizens of the United States, nor shall any state deprive any person of life, liberty, or property. Key word, property, without due process of law, nor deny to any person within its jurisdiction the equal protection of the laws. That's the Constitution. 750 is unconstitutional, period. End of story. If 750 goes through, we won't need you at all. We will need the Metropolitan Transportation Authority. Throw it out the window. We won't need the hard people that work for our environment. Throw them out the window. We won't need the Indian River Keeper. Throw him out the window. Throw them all out the window. Because we will be under the jurisdiction and control of people that we don't know and we don't want. We'd rather grow and expand at our own place in a place we call St. Lucie County that we love and we're going to keep. Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening. Someone has a tinfoil hat.
The tinfoil hat. My name is Roland O'Brien, 21 Villa del Norte in Fort Pierce. I've spoken before you before, Chairman Mowry, Commissioners, Ms. Outlaw. Some of you might wonder, why do I recognize Faye Outlaw? Because I think she's one of the people that does not wear a tin hat. She's got her head screwed on straight, just like most of the people you've already heard so far. There are carpenters, there are airline retirees, there are teachers, business people, you name it. In this group, in this audience tonight, you have a wide diversity of people that have their heads screwed on straight. A little bit of my background, and I won't go into the details. Spent 30 years in the jet aviation industry. Engineering manager, marketing manager, general manager. Perhaps some of you know the company in Stewart. Been in the news a lot lately. Turbo Combustor Technologies just changed the name of their business. 500 employees, 200,000 square feet. When I was general manager of that company 30 years ago, it was a small company, 65 people. Took them to 211 people in 3 years' time. I like to think I have my head screwed on straight. I've retired a couple of times. My wife and I outfitted a sailboat, took it to the Caribbean for 5 years. Why did we come back? One of the major reasons we came back are the people wearing the tinfoil hats. We sat down there using a single sideband radio and a laptop connected to internet when we could, and we watched what is happening to this nation. The tinfoil hats have taken over, and we're here to say that we don't like it in St. Lucie County. I'd like to read something reported by the AP, published in the Washington Post. The Arctic Ocean is warming up. Icebergs are growing scarcer, and in some places the seals are finding the water too hot, according to a report in the Commerce Department yesterday from Consulaft at Bergen, Norway. Reports from fishermen, seal hunters, and explorers all point to a radical change in climate conditions and hitherto unheard of temperatures in the Arctic zone. Exploration expeditions report that scarcely any ice has been met as far north as 81 degrees 29 minutes. Soundings to a depth of 3,100 meters showed the Gulf Stream still very warm. Great masses of ice have been replaced by moraines of earth and stones. The report continued, while at many points well-known glaciers have entirely disappeared. Very few seals, no whitefish are found in the eastern Arctic, while vast shoals of herring and smelts, which have never before ventured so far north, are being encountered in the old seal fishing grounds. Within a few years, it is predicted that due to the ice melt, the sea will rise and make most coastal cities uninhabitable. Let me read that one again. Within a few years, it is predicted that due to the ice melt, the sea will rise and make most coastal cities uninhabitable. I apologize. I neglected to mention this report was from November 2, 1922. How many coastal cities are indeed overrun with water? It has not happened. And I clearly heard Commissioner Zadowski say that he wanted to stay within the 750 program, to be part of it, help understand it, whatever. If the 750 program goes into place, there would be no need for the commissioners in this county. We will be taken over by unelected bureaucrats, such as a Mr. Dewani, who is one of the tin hat people. Believe me, if you've seen him, go look him up. Look at the videos online and see what Mr. Dewani has to say. He says that this county should be run by fascism. Thank you very much, Commissioner.
Thank you, Mr. O'Brien. Good evening. Next.
Good evening, Chairman Maury, and Commissioners, and County Administrator Outlaw. Greetings to all of you.
We're missing our county attorney, though. Don't forget him.
Well, that's why I didn't say anything, okay? I'm a pretty simple guy, so I go on what I see. My name is Robert Barry Mucklow. I live at 1891 Southeast Aries Lane in Port St. Lucie. The subject that I want to talk to you about tonight is a very important component in 750. Most people don't know about All Aboard Florida. All Aboard Florida's self-described welcome portal website on the internet has much to say about its efforts to become a transportation solution for Florida's two largest markets, South and Central Florida. I quote, "Floridians and many others who travel through our great state want convenient, fast, dependable transportation." They want, okay? With All Aboard Florida, Florida East Coast Industries is answering that demand by developing privately owned, operated, and maintained intercity passenger rail service that will be a solution for millions of business travelers, families, and tourists. Remember, I'm quoting. Florida East Coast Industries believes that a privately owned, operated, and maintained passenger rail option is the right way to go and is taking a prudent, thoughtful approach, commissioning, engineering, environmental, and ridership studies as the first steps in its plan. It will be significantly different from the previous plans in several ways. Number one, the majority of the approximately $1 billion construction costs would be privately funded. The state and taxpayers should shoulder zero operating risk. This privately owned rail system will be 100% privately operated and maintained, unquote. Practical people, including myself, evaluate new ideas before acting on them. My mind thinks differently than most other people. I tend to identify what something is not in order to avoid confusion with what it is. My first finding was, number one, referencing what I just said, there is no discernible demand for passenger rail transit on Florida's East Coast. I can't find it. It's stated in their document, but it doesn't exist. At least I can't find it. I've never heard anybody talk about it. And I ask, is it possible this plan could have conceivably included Orlando because the segment from Cocoa to Orlando's airport would give it the appearance of commercial viability? Also, did I mention the missing 40 miles of railroad track that is also needed? You may have noticed in the quote from All Aboard Florida about 2 mentions of privately owned passenger rail system. What the Welcome Portal omitted from their frequently asked questions section was, where will the money come from? 750 and its director, Michael Busha, tout All Aboard Florida as a private company. Yet as of March 15, 2013, Karen Hedlund, Deputy Administrator of the Federal Railroad Administration, confirmed that All Aboard Florida had applied for a $1.5 billion with a B, dollar loan from the federal government. We already have 2 taxpayer-funded railroads in Florida. We do not need a third one. In closing, there are those who would have us believe that transportation's needs must be subject to government manipulation excuse me, in order to control what's known as urban sprawl. There are new urbanists, and they decry this sprawl as damaging to the environment, wasteful of farmland and natural areas, as well as energy resources. Their solutions presented to this contrived problem, yes, I said contrived problem, always ignore the workings of the free markets and the free people who benefit from those free markets. The reality is 750's plan of sustainable communities is not implementable without the existence of an operating mass transit rail system to connect its region together. The secret is 750 only needs the track that already exists, and that passenger rail service would already be in place if it were commercially viable.
Thank you, Mr. Mucklow. Good evening.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is John Moeller. I live at 5217 Northwest Iredell Street in Port St. Lucie. I'm here also in opposition to the 750 regional plan because I don't believe another layer of bureaucracy is needed for intra-county cooperation. I believe that we all have the unalienable right to association, to live and associate with those of our choosing. During the 3-day 750 conference I attended in June, when explaining the idea of the new urbanization, they constantly used the phrases of social engineering and social justice. For those counties that sign on to the 750 regional plan, which receives HUD grants, they will be subject to these government mandates. These mandates will include housing quotas for low-income Section 8 and halfway houses in every neighborhood. My right to live in a neighborhood where the demographics of the people I wish to live with will be changed by these mandates. I've seen this plan twice before in the past, and it has always turned out to be the same. For me, the 750 plan is the 3rd time for the same failed housing policy. I first saw similar plans in the late 60s as part of LBJ's Great Society while living in Maryland outside of Washington, D.C. The Great Society introduced government-controlled, socially engineered, urbanized housing. Within the first 2 years, because of the rising crime rate, the first-floor shops and apartments installed steel bars and metal coverings on the windows, and if you had a second-floor balcony, you were also barred. Those who could leave moved out. Within 5 years, the community was in rapid decline with a soaring crime rate. After 10 years, the community had become a slum, and most of it, if not all the buildings, were now being vacated. Within 15 years, the buildings were torn down and their property was again vacant. In the late 80s, early 90s, 20 years after the first HUD-mandated social engineering projects were built and torn down, government grants for building new housing projects were accepted, and the whole process started all over again. The results were the same. To see how well these plans have worked in the past, look no further than inner-city Detroit. Does anyone really believe any of the financially, politically, or famous elites of our country will be living in these government-mandated projects? The answer is no. You will not be living next door to Bill Gates, Al Gore, or Barbara Streisand. The 70-50 plan is, and I will say this, it is a do as we say, not as we do plan. Just as the elites will still have their protected enclaves, I want to live with others with similar social and economic backgrounds. I do not want to be forced by the government mandates to live side by side with those that I feel uncomfortable with. The 750 plan will be just one more failure, another utter disaster, for a multitude of reasons, including the social justice aspect of the plan. The people of St. Lucie County do not want the government-funded regional planners, do not want what they are proposing. We have the unalienable right to live in a community with those we feel comfortable with. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Moeller. Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. Excuse me. My name is Peter Bullock. I live at 3120 North Highway A1A, number 1505. I wish to discuss the Memorandum of Understanding between St. Lucie County and the South Florida Regional Partnership that your predecessors on the board signed back around mid-April 2010. Excuse me. This MOU regards the United States Housing and Urban Development Sustainable Communities Initiative Grant, now fluffily renamed the 750 Plan. This is a legal document that currently binds St. Lucie County citizens to federal government principles. My personal interests, and I believe the personal interests of the majority of St. Lucie County residents, were misinterpreted by your predecessors. I respectfully ask the board to come to grips with that honest oversight and exercise your right under this MOU to withdraw from St. Lucie County from the 750 Plan now. The Sustainable Communities Initiative is a brazen, unprecedented attempt by the federal government to redefine where and how local residents live and work right here in St. Lucie County. The low standing of the federal government in national popularity polls is clear indication of precisely how your constituents right here in St. Lucie County feel about U.S. federal government dictating what, throughout our nation's history, has always been local affairs locally decided. So why am I disturbed by the April 2010 MOU, which the board signed? 4 words: word pablum, Trojan horse. When I was a child growing up, parents used to feed children pablum to make it easy for food to go down. I have no idea if pablum is still marketed today. I suspect not. My guess, the free market mercifully killed it. Pablum was a soft, easy to digest, nutritionally empty breakfast cereal. Word pablum, by extension, is talking but not saying a lot. The language sounds good, but it is devoid of clear, specific meaning. Word pablum, in and of itself, does little harm until combined with the Trojan horse. The Trojan horse here is the vision the federal government has for St. Lucie County. Look at the MOUs in its own word. Look at the MOU in its own words. Page 1, Section 2, first paragraph. HUD's intent is to, quote, promote equitable development, unquote. Exactly what does this phrase mean? Better yet, what does it mean for someone who holds equity interest in private property? It does not bode well for local property owners. Page 1, Section 2, second paragraph. HUD stated its intent is to, quote, incorporate livability, sustainability, and social equity principles into land use and zoning, unquote. How thoughtful of HUD. Who cares about private property rights anyway, when we can have socialism? Oh, oops, did I say that? I meant to say social equity principles. Page 3, paragraph 3, quote, develop economic transportation choices, unquote. And I add, like the 750 plan is presently marketing, passenger rail service, of which not a single such service in the U.S. operates at a profit. This is true abuse of the word economic in this phrase, but who actually reads this stuff anyway, as long as it sounds good? Page 3, paragraph 4, quote, promote equitable housing, unquote. What exactly is equitable housing? Who defines equitable? What does this phrase imply for private property rights? Page 3, paragraph 5, quote, enhance economic competitiveness, unquote. Give me a break. When has the government ever successfully promoted private sector economic competitiveness? And through social equity principles, no less. What is most troubling to me is that your predecessor 2010 board signed up all St. Lucie County residents to these word pablum but deeply personal, invasive HUD principles. This was all done without any citizen discussion or citizen education about the personal impact to residents and to their current way of life. In fact, the MOU was signed as a pre-approved consent agenda item with no public discussion at all. Yet these principles...
Mr. Bullock, need to call you in.
Sure. So I ask that you please do the right thing for St. Lucie County citizens. Withdraw now from this MOU. Thank you very much for allowing me to address you in this evening.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. Can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Okay. The severe consequences of accepting 750 invitation are laid out by Phyllis Fry and others. They have provided you with expert, detailed conclusions that have been completely vetted by facts and with all the backup documentation. They have provided every means possible for all of you to verify the information, including, but not limited to, hard copies, verbal explanations, websites. I have seen people who have never attended your public forum. They have dug down deep within themselves to muster the courage to stand before you and present their case against 750. They have endured ridicule, but they have come. They have brought with them their credited education, their respected careers, their experiences, and their astute knowledge of governmental procedures at all levels. The people of this county have entrusted you with their way of life. They voted you into office because of that trust. But tonight, they come before you because their firm commitment against 750. I stand before you today to tell you one of us is wrong. We the people here, or 750. You need not look far for the damage that has been done. Roadways being closed, houses with no land for the smallest backyard gardens, and even patio-parted vegetation plants are being extinguished by rules and regulation. Florida's seaside tranquility will be interrupted by rail systems that will be clanking up and down Florida's coast every 30 minutes. Do you really want more of these destructions to come to St. Lucie? Your decisions will not be remembered like prohibition. History views them as people who are wrong, but meant well. The damage levied by 750 will not be like that. The full destructive powers will continue to be felt by the future generations. But make no mistake, when the future generations look back and say, how did this happen? The people here will be accountable. When they are forced to live in inclusive communities or be highly taxed because they want to have family homes outside the city, as more and more leave Florida to find homes that are not like California, New York, Boston, or Texas, they will remember what you do today, and they will know that there was no excuse. You have all the information a person of your position needs at your disposal. Excuse me. Stop this madness of regionalism before they complete the task of mega regions. History does not need to repeat itself. Anyone wishing to live by a code of regions has all my blessings, and they can go and move there. Germany and China, like their regions, we honor our city, county, state, and federal way of life. Make no mistake, the decision you make today will either open the portal and enforce regionalism or sound the bell of freedom. Do not join the small group of people who have no respect for property rights and violate the values that the U.S. was founded on. If you join with them, you will have let a selected few, like Dunay, who plan the future based on fascism. His words, not mine. You will have done this with your vote, with your knowledge, and our money. I implore you to think very hard. Withdraw the invitation of 750, which in reality is the creation of people that become so overwhelmed by power and the use of free taxpayer money that they have forgotten the value of human beings. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Charlotte Munsick, and I live at 1416 15th Avenue in Vero Beach. St. Lucie County is lovely. People want to come here to visit and to live. What you have here is unique, and the creation of local people who care about their community. You, the commissioners of St. Lucie County, have been entrusted by the people to carry out their vision for their home county. Whenever a non-residential group of self-proclaimed experts enters the picture, local residents and their governments lose control, and they never get it back. Imagine, if you will, eminent domain on steroids. Basically, that's what we're talking about. Allowing some entity other than the people whom you serve to take control of the ongoing planning and development of St. Lucie County would betray the trust your constituents placed in you when they voted for you. Local dreams and ideas for the future of St. Lucie County would be trashed in favor of a plan imposed from outside and reflecting a vision foreign to their own. Like the overwhelmingly huge eminent domain, you will never, ever be able to reverse it. All will be gone. Is that what you want? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Good
Chairman
evening.
Mallory, Commissioners. My name is Glenn Collins, 195 Serenata Court. First of all, I want to address Professor Van Allen and him saying, you know, he came in here to show the students the democratic process, and he wanted to show them that they have a voice. Well, the lead consultant to 750, Andres Duaney, doesn't seem to like democracy very much. In fact, he criticized how much democracy we have in South Florida and praised the quasi-fascism they have in Orlando. He even said that, didn't seem to like bottom-up government where anybody can come up and talk about anything because nothing gets passed. So all those students, I wish they were here to hear that, but maybe they could relate to this 750 a little bit more, understand what's going on. I want to talk about some of the other things that Mr. Duani said at this meeting. I know that you, Commissioner Johnson, and Chairman Mallory were at, where Mr. Duani said that you've heard of globalization, but what is falling out is the nations. The nations are less important. He also said that the cities are falling out. Unless you're a big city, the cities become unimportant. I mean, to me, that's very alarming. He listed all the tiers of government. He started with the people, and then the city, and the county, and the state, and then the federal government. But the very last one, the top one he listed, was the United Nations. He boasted about a charrette that he did when he first came to this area in 1988 for Stewart. So I YouTubed it, and actually that video is online. But back then, Mr. Duani said that the DOT was a bureaucracy that the people should be suspicious of. The DOT is one of the people funding 750. He also suggested that his company would pay for a monument in Stewart if Stewart defeated the plans that the Department of Transportation said, and he even said that the monument will say, "The citizens defeated the Department of Transportation in the attempt to destroy the character of their city." And this is on YouTube. Anybody can see it. He also went on to say that the DOT has destroyed more cities than General Sherman in the Civil War and conceivably the 8th Air Force in Germany. I'm not making this up, but apparently he's all in favor of the DOT now, apparently, because maybe he's being funded by them. He also went on to talk about Mobile, Alabama, and how everything's going on so great there, and the new Boeing plant, and he said the problem with Florida is you can't get a permit in Florida fast enough, and I'm not going to disagree with them there, but somehow going into another bureaucracy like 750 is going to help that. He also talked about the Chinese buying up all the furniture factories in High Point, North Carolina, and then closing them down and moving the production to China. And he said the reason is because you can't apply a code of shellac in the United States without first consulting the EPA. EPA is one of the other 3 funders of 750. But again, he said we should join 750. Indian River Commissioner Solari said, well, what about this whole thing with the EPA? And his response was, oh, well, basically we need to, if you can't beat them, join them. We should try and take them over. And even said that if you try to secede from 750, you will be crushed by these organizations, or by these government organizations. This is all about regionalism, but this is globalism through regionalism. And I'm not against, trading with other countries and everything else, but I think we should maintain our sovereignty here and not give it up to some greater organization or body. And the one last thing I want to say, there's a lot of opposition, a lot of public opposition. I've yet to see anybody from the public come out, not at this meeting, not anywhere else, and speak in favor of 750. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Collins. Good evening. How are you? Thank you for your constitution.
One's in my office.
I have one, thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Linda Nichols Addison. I live at 1450 Southwest Selene Avenue in Port St. Lucie. I spent almost a third of my life in Europe, where I have seen massive buildings, new and then destroyed, because the urbanization plan, as in Baltimore, Maryland, it was mentioned before me, failed drastically. I have seen regional railroads that are being closed one after the other. I have seen post offices closed and/or reduced deliveries. I have lived through the death of two of my husbands because socialism and socialized medicine does not work. If you want to know anything about what 70/50 is going to do, you can ask me. I've seen a lot of it. I also attended the meeting in West Palm Beach, in which questions were dodged in every way, shape, and form, or not answered, or the person who had asked a legitimate question was not recognized in a subsequent meeting. They had already been marked off, that what they had to say or the questions that they had didn't fit into the agenda, which was being shoved down the throats of people. What I have to say tonight goes back to September the 11th, 1773. Published in the Public Advertiser on September the 11th, 1773, Benjamin Franklin wrote, "A great empire, like a great cake, is most easily diminished at the edges." This was number 10 in his article, which was an admonition regarding Britain, yet wholly applicable to the United States of America today. It was number 10 in the rules by which a great empire may be reduced to a small one. I would suggest everybody read that. It is amazing. We can go back to the Magna Carta. Need we do that 798 years later to reestablish that the so-called king, in that case King John, was forced to relinquish improper powers? That is what is happening to us today. Improper powers are being usurped minutely, hourly, daily from the people who are the legitimate citizens of the United States of America. Almost 240 years ago, on September the 11th, remember the date and remember the admonition. In 1776, on July the 3rd, one day before the Declaration of Independence, the Maryland Constitution was presented, and it read that no free man ought to be taken or imprisoned or disseized of his freehold, liberties, or privileges, or outlawed or exiled or in any manner destroyed or deprived of his life, liberty, or property, but by the judgment of his peers or by the laws of the land. Another great date joined that, November the 11th, 1776, it was ratified. The 39 men who signed the Constitution of the United States in 1787 included one Dr. James McHenry, who was from Ireland and arrived in the United States at the age of 17.
I need to cut you off. I'm sorry.
Okay? I would ask you simply to go on to read page 22 and page 25, the Fifth Amendment, and go on from there to the 14th, which has already been read tonight. I thank you for your attention, but I would like to say that one of the signers was Dr. McHenry, for whom Fort McHenry is named.
Thank you.
Good evening and thank you. My name is Rosemarie B. Wilson. I live at 1490 Fifth Avenue. I'm a member of the American Coalition for Property Rights. If you all have studied 750, surely you must admit it's pure socialism. We will learn of the depth of your character. We will learn of the depth of your character. You have sworn to uphold the Constitution. Will you stand up and support free enterprise and capitalism as we know it, liberty and freedom, or will you take these carrots? Mr. Zakowski, you need to look at that. Will you follow the rule of law, our Constitution, which you have sworn to uphold, or will you attempt to shove socialism down our throats? Be forewarned. I can tell you, we the people will never let it happen.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Lee Lamson. I reside at 2412 Southeast Bordeaux Court, Port St. Lucie, Florida, 20-year resident of St. Lucie County. I just want to say last meeting I came here and I expressed my concern about the false science that much of the 750 plan is being based upon and the funding and philosophy behind all that. If you'll recall, I challenged you to please go to read John Casey's book, Coal Sun. We've now presented you a copy of this tonight in person. And look at his website. We've asked Mr. Casey to join us briefly tonight. He's just going to say a few words. And let me just read you a little bit about his credentials. But I also want to encourage you or ask you if you would please consider to invite him back to make his full presentation to this council at a private session, not a public session, at a future date, similar to what the Sands lady did tonight maybe somehow, okay? I would ask you to consider this. But Mr. Casey is a former White House Space Program Advisor, consultant to NASA headquarters, and space shuttle engineer. He is one of America's most successful climate change researchers and climate prediction experts. Mr. Casey is best known as the leading advocate in the United States for a national and international plan to prepare for the next climate change, which he has predicted will be one of severe cold climate era. He also is the editor of the Global Climate Status Report and author of the internationally acclaimed book, Coal Sun. Mr. Casey is currently president of the climate research company Space and Science Research Corporation in Orlando. In March 2013, he was named America's Best Climate Prediction Expert by Watchdog Wire. And I'd like to cede the rest of my time of my 5 minutes to Mr. Casey, if possible.
Yeah, actually, 5 minutes is all we allow, but thank you. That's good.
But he can use the rest of my 5 minutes like you've allowed us to do in the past.
No, we should only allow 5, but you we're generous. We used to only do 3, Lee. We work with you a lot. Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Casey.
Good evening, Commissioner Maury, Commissioner Johnson, Zadowski, Ms. Lewis, Ms. Hutchinson. Attorney McIntyre back there, and Ms. Outlaw. It's a pleasure being here, 5 minutes or 5 hours. Thank you for anything.
Thank you.
And in addition to, I might add, that in addition to fighting for the truth in climate change, which has been a tough battle for 6 years now, surely being a county commissioner is tougher. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Let me quickly ask that if you have received a copy of the presentation, it should be in front of you. If not, it was provided up here. Okay, here's a copy of the book and the presentation. Given that I only have 5 minutes, I will in fact be very brief, but I'll be pointed in my remarks. I have prepared an in-depth presentation to go through the last 25 years of climate change and to summarize that in a short presentation. But in 5 minutes, let me get to the key points with you. And if you'll skip through the presentation to the slide titled, "What is the current global climate status?" It's about the 5th or 6th chart in, the current climate status. This chart alone sums up much of what I would be saying anyway. Item number 1, commissioners, ladies and gentlemen in the audience, it's vital that everyone understand global warming has ended. There is no global warming. We have been misled for many years. We're still being misled. It is intentional. It is a global socialism that has crept in through our country's leadership. It's called Sustainable Development America. It's called Agenda 21. It's called many things, but it has crept into our planning process, our management of our day-to-day lives. And it uses the tool of man-made climate change as the lever to implement much of what we're hearing about 750. Item number 2, there's been no effective growth whatsoever in the planet's atmospheric temperatures for 16 years. That's the entire period of time when we've heard the most about global warming. We've seen Al Gore get the Nobel Prize for Inconvenient Truth, and the UN publish multiple climate reports. And yet, this entire time, there's been no effective global warming. But it's much more than that. And what our company specializes in is the fact that we have entered a new cold climate era that will be disastrous for the globe, as it always is. It's based on a 206-year cycle of the sun. Every time this cycle comes about, the earth gets very cold. The sun cuts back on the warmth by which it gives us warmth and leaves us with cold weather for decades. Crops die, people starve, wars are started. It's a devastating time. And yet this has happened 5 times in a row for the last 1,200 years. This is now the 5th time. It's happening again. There is nothing we can do about the shutdown of the energy reduction in the sun, what we call a solar hibernation. We must confront it, we must accept it, and we must adapt. But this also drives the fact that mankind has nothing to do, effectively nothing to do with the climate, either on the warming side or the cold side. Our company and the scientists around the world associated with me know that the sun is the primary cause of climate change, not mankind. And we're about to see the wrath of the sun as it makes our planet colder. We need to come to grips with this. Our oceans have been colder for 10 years now. The oceans have been dropping in temperature. For 7 years, the atmospheric temperature has been dropping. It's only going to accelerate further. Glacial ice, we keep hearing about the Arctic disappearing, as you heard from the 1922 article that was read. Thank you, sir. This will go on and on. Natural cycles drive the Arctic, but natural cycles are now taking us into 40 years of dangerous cold weather. Glacial ice will be growing again, as it is, for example, in the Himalayas, the largest seat of glacial ice on the planet outside of Greenland and Antarctica, and it's growing rapidly. Antarctica's been growing for 30 years. A new dangerous cold climate has begun. There's no question about it. All climate scientists are aware of this. Ladies and gentlemen, if nothing for these facts alone, we must understand that man-made climate change is a myth. Everything we are told about it should be discarded. Every plan that we have drafted, every plan that we are considering that includes man-made global warming must be discarded. I strongly, strongly support the good American citizens in this room, and when they say get rid of 750 or related planning documents based on man-made climate change and the greenhouse gas theory, that's exactly what we need to do. Thank you for the 5 minutes.
Okay. All right. By the way, just as an aside, we don't have any food for you, but as soon as this ends, we're going to take a little recess so that everybody can take a bathroom break, and then we'll come back together following the public comment, if that's okay with everybody. I did have requests. I saw signs for pizza. We're not having pizza, but anyway, good evening.
Good evening, Commissioner Maury. I was on South Bridge on my way to last month's commission meeting when I saw DOT trucks parked on the roadway. So I stopped and asked what they were doing. They said they were sealing cracks in the roadway to stop salt air and rainwater from accessing the rebar. Some 15 years ago, a 150-foot-long steel ship that went back and forth to the Bahamas would tie up at our port with its stern to the dock and its bow pointing east into the 6-mile-per-hour tidal current. One day it broke free and was stopped by the bridge. The owner promised that it would not happen again. A few years later, it slammed the bridge for a second time, taking out a chunk of the sidewalk. I noticed some hand railings had pulled out of their sockets, so I called the Florida DOT, and they placed strongbacks across the gaps. Some months later, their survey team found the bridge to be precisely in its original location. Did the shaking of the bridge start the cracks in the roadway? 7 or 8 years ago, an extended corner was added to the 400-foot dock to brace the ancient pilings. Then a large roll-on, roll-off ship started berthing the same way, with its stern to the dock and its bow well out into the lagoon. It would appear every few months and stay for a couple of weeks while vehicles were loaded onto it for sale in South America. If it were to break loose, it would do more than rattle the bridge. Thank goodness our Coast Guard station is nearby, keeping an eye out for terrorists. I have a neighbor with a shallow well. He pulls water from under my house. Half of it goes onto the street and evaporates, raising the humidity in air that is already humid. I try to maintain my water table level by turning on my garden hose and using the soaker setting. I had a gray plastic case that my reciprocating saw came in for several years, so I decided to recycle it. It had an HDPE recycling logo embossed on it, so I put it out to the curb for pickup, and it was taken along with my other recyclables. It weighed about 5 pounds, enough to make about 1,000 Walmart shopping bags. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Arena. Yes. Good evening.
Good evening. I don't need my stool. I'm Kathy McKenzie.
We don't have one for you tonight. I'm sorry.
Well, I like this.
It's down low. Nice.
Yeah. I'm Kathy McKenzie with AT&T, and my business address is 3300 Okeechobee Road here in Fort Pierce. And really, I just came to thank you for considering the proclamation for It Can Wait Day of Action, September the 19th. This is a national event. It's the second year that AT&T has done it. And just a couple little things in the proclamation, and I'll be very short. Through itcanwait.com, Facebook, text to pledge, tweet to pledge, and events, more than 1.3 million people have committed, and this is in the United States, to never text and drive. And a Virginia Tech study showed that those who send text messages while driving are 23 times more likely to crash. And a critical issue is more than 100,000 times each year an automobile crashes and people are injured or die while a driver is texting and driving. So I really appreciate it's on your consent agenda, hopefully in support of texting. Don't text while driving. And as you know, a law was passed by the legislature this year, although it's a little bit of a weak law because it's a secondary offense to text and drive, so you have to be stopped for a first offense. It's a start, and that's where the seatbelt started. So I'm sure it'll come back next year. And I brought you a little something to celebrate.
Thank you. And I know the mayor of Port St. Lucie is here as well, and she did a lot to try and assist with those efforts. So thank you as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, at this time, we're going to take a little break, and then we will recess for 10 minutes. Okay, we're going to come back to order. If you have a good discussion going on, if you wouldn't mind just taking that right outside, appreciate that. Thank you all for coming this evening. If you'd like to stay for the rest of the meeting, I'm sure it'll be as exhilarating fun. So with that, we're going to turn to the consent agenda. Any item that any commissioner wishes to have pulled for a separate discussion or separate vote, please tell me.
Mr. Chairman, I need to pull warrants list 41 as a separate vote, of which I will be abstaining, and I would like to add ratification of my appointee to the tourist development of Clive Damon.
Okay, we have a removal of warrants list number 41. Is there a motion?
Move approval.
We have a motion. Second. Second. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. We also have the ratification of Commissioner Hutchison's appointee to tourism. Is there a motion?
So moved.
We have a motion.
Second.
Second. Any discussion? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carried. With that, any other items wishing to be pulled for a separate discussion or separate vote? Hearing none, we will...
Commissioner, B3 has been pulled. Item
Thank
B3.
you. Thank you. I need to pull back my sheet here. Item B3 under the County Attorney's Office was pulled. That was a resolution for the quitclaim deed for a portion of Entrada Avenue to the Florida Department of Transportation. Thank you, Mr. McIntyre. Is there a motion?
Move approval of consent agenda as amended.
We have a motion to approve the consent agenda, and it's been seconded. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carried unanimously. With that, let's move on. God bless you. That first item tonight, this is item number 8, public hearings. We have Planning and Development Services. We're beginning with a conditional use permit for all Florida truck sales. Actually, staff, can we wait on that item, please? No, you're good. Thank you. I wanted to throw you off, Mr. Johnson.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. Jeff Johnson, Senior Planner, for the record, presenting this conditional use permit request. Legal advertisement was published in the St. Lucie News Tribune on July 25th, and a notification sign has been installed on the subject property for this quasi-judicial public hearing. The applicant, All Florida Truck Sales, is requesting a conditional use permit for auto body repair services. As shown on the map, the subject 3.4-acre parcel is located approximately 1/2 mile south of Midway Road on the east side of U.S. Highway number 1, just north of the Tropical Isles single-family subdivision. The property is zoned commercial general and is surrounded by commercial general zoning to the north, south, and west. Directly to the east is vacant property that is zoned RM5, residential multiple family, 5 dwelling units per acre. And on the land use map, the commercial general zoning district is consistent with the commercial land use as shown. On the air photo, the properties to the north and east are vacant. To the south, across the North St. Lucie Water Control District, Canal number 18, and west across U.S. Highway number 1 are existing automobile dealerships. Auto body repair services are allowed in the commercial general zoning district subject to conditional use permit approval. The applicant is requesting to occupy an existing 11,150 square foot building that has been vacant for the past 1.5 years for the sales, service, and repair of vehicles. As shown on the floor plan, 5 service bays, or approximately 5,800 square feet of the building, as shown in orange, will be utilized for auto body and repair services. The remaining portions of the building include a showroom, as shown in blue, office and storage areas, as shown in green and yellow. The applicant has adjusted the site plan to make modifications, minor modifications, to aesthetically enhance and bring the parking lot and landscaping up to Land Development Code requirements. There are no exterior building improvements or additions proposed. Mail notices were sent to 38 property owners within 500 feet of the subject property. As of date, staff has received 5 responses, 4 opposed and 1 in favor, as highlighted on this map. It should be noted that the applicant did hold a neighborhood meeting on July 8th on the property. 4 members of the public attended, and there was no opposition received at this meeting. Planning staff has reviewed the petition and found the request to comply with the standards of review outlined in Section 110703 of the county's Land Development Code. The proposed conditional use should not have an effect upon nearby properties. The existing commercial building on the property is approximately 450 feet from the nearest single-family residence in the Tropical Isles PUD single-family residential subdivision that lies to the south and east. This existing single-family development is buffered by a 60-foot wide canal, including a 6-foot high landscape berm that is located on the subject property and a treatment of existing mature live oak trees that line the east property. Conditions of approval will require the auto-body repair services, along with other vehicle repair services, to be conducted indoors to reduce or eliminate any visual, noise, dust, or odor impacts. Furthermore, the applicant has agreed to limit the hours of operation for auto-body repairs Monday through Friday from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. and Saturday 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. The applicant will be required to comply with local and state agency regulations that are applicable to the storage, handling, and disposal of hazardous materials. All permits and licenses are required to be obtained from the county's Solid Waste Division, the Department of Environmental Protection, and other applicable outside agencies prior to the issuance of a certificate of occupancy. The proposed use is not anticipated to create any significant demands on any public facilities in the area, including water and wastewater, increased impacts to the transportation network, fire protection, or the environment. The Planning and Zoning Commission at their July 18th meeting recommends unanimous approval of this request. There was no public comment at this meeting, and staff recommends that the board approve the conditional use permit with conditions outlined in the resolution. And this concludes the presentation of staff.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. This is a quasi-judicial item. Any questions at this time for staff?
Mr. Chairman, I have not met with the applicant on this item. I do have a question whenever we're finished with that.
Okay. I had no meetings at all with the applicant.
I also had no meeting with the applicant.
Mr.
I had no
Chairman,
discussion either. Sorry.
I'm right there with you.
Okay. With that, Commissioner.
Yeah, Mr. Johnson, how is stormwater handled on this property? If this is going to be an additional use, I see the canals right there, and my concern would be any kind of runoff from automobile, gasoline, oils, and other types of fluids. Is that being handled on site? I see a nice piece of grassy property in the backside of there that could manage stormwater before it goes into the canal. Is that something that's being looked at by the applicant?
Yes, Commissioner, and the applicant can elaborate more on this, but they're required to comply with South Florida Water Management District permit requirements, and that is one of their conditions that is outlined in the resolution, that they're required to get all the applicable outside agency permits. That includes stormwater.
Thank you.
Any other questions for staff? This is a public hearing. Anyone wishing to address the board on this item, please feel free to do so at this time. Good evening, Mr. Curry.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. For the record, Brad Curry, Land Design South, representing the applicant and the request for you tonight. The request is for a conditional use for the auto body repair, but this is also going to have the vehicle sales and service, which is an allowed use by right within this zoning district. So it's a typical vehicle sales and service, as well as the auto body that you see in that area along US 1, immediately to the south of the property, as well as across the street. So really nothing different than what's there already. Many of you know this building. This building's been vacant for a couple of years now. Many of you may not know that it was vandalized on the inside, and all of the electrical wiring was removed from it. So the undertaking of turning this dark building into a light building is a little bit more difficult than it would be otherwise, because they do have to go in and reinstall the electrical wiring in the building. There is, like I said before, there are other auto body other auto body places, establishments to the south as well as to the west. So it's really not a new use to the area. I did have a neighborhood meeting on July the 8th, and I believe 4 members of the public came to the meeting. One owner of a residential house further to the north, and then owners of a auto place across the street, across US 1. Staff recommends approval, and we received recommendation of approval from the Planning and Zoning Board, so I respectfully request recommendation or approval of the conditional use application before you tonight. I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Curry. Any questions for the applicant?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I understand, looking at the responses we received, one of the questions that was asked is fumes from the paint. I understand there is some sort of requirement that the paint be conducted within a booth which has special. Can you address that or elaborate on it, perhaps?
We actually have a condition of approval that requires all painting to be done inside of the building. And if it was an extensive paint job, my client doesn't expect to do a lot of painting. I mean, my client buys and sells bigger trucks like bucket trucks and grappler trucks and that sort of thing. And he would typically, if it was going to be an extensive paint job, he would potentially send it off. But if it was a small body work, then he would do it on site. So there's no requirement for a paint booth. It's the requirement from the conditions is that it's going to be internal to the site. So internal to the building, I'm sorry, inside of the building. And I will tell you that from a fume standpoint, there's an existing auto body repair just to the south of this property that's actually closer to the community that's to the east. So we're actually further away. So I think they would smell the fumes from that existing facility before they would smell it from ours if there were fumes.
Thank you.
Any other questions for the applicant?
Just one other, the solid waste department has a requirement for the hazmat side of things. I just want to make sure that you contact them for that registration.
Commissioner Zadowski, that is a requirement of the conditions of approval, and my client is aware that if he does, if they do the paint and auto body, he will have to get that requirement from solid waste.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you, Mr. Curry.
Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to address the board this evening? Seeing no movement, we will close the public.
Oh.
Yep.
Anything bad?
Good evening.
Hi, my name's Arlene Goodman.
Just pull the mic down a little bit. Thanks, Arlene.
I forget I'm not that tall.
No, I know.
My question is, I'm president of the White City Improvement Club, or I will be lawfully next week. We have had in White City a lot of trouble with car dealerships that are sitting there now. The only question I have is that this gentleman, please do not park any vehicles that are for sale, or any other vehicles, period, in the right-of-way between his truck business and the highway. It has become a problem, and the Code Board is aware of the problems that we are already having, and that's the only thing that I would like to ask him not to do.
Thank you, Ms. Goodman. Mr. Johnson?
Thank you.
Yes, we have code enforcement staff that will monitor that situation. It is prohibited that vehicles or anything be placed in the right-of-way, so we'll be on top of that and monitor that situation.
Thank you. Mr. Curry?
Mr. Chairman, if I could just add to that. You really don't have the room. I'm familiar with the site. I don't know how many people have actually been there, but there's an actual wrought iron fence that's right on the property line, which is right on the edge of the sidewalk. And so the east side of US 1 is quite a bit different than the west side. There's really no space to park vehicles. Plus the addition of the fence makes it to where we can't really cross out into the right-of-way to park anything. So I think if you were familiar with the site, you would know that parking of cars in the right-of-way, it would have to be a pretty substantial four-wheel drive truck to get over the little, there's a lip there and an incline getting up to the property. So it's not like the same that it is on the west side. I know I'm familiar with what Ms. Goodman is speaking of, and it's just not possible on this property, so it's not going to be an issue.
Mr. Chairman, and while you're here, since you raised the issue of the fence, it is falling down. You'll be bringing that up to code, right? And
yes, sir.
Okay.
Okay, seeing no further movement from the public, I'm going to close the public hearing, return to the board.
Motion to approve.
We have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been motioned second. Any discussion? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carried unanimously. With that, we will turn to item 2, conditional use permit for Sign With Me Christian Academy. Actually, let's push that to the end of the agenda. Kidding.
What a response.
I was just I was kidding her during the little break. I said I'm surprised she didn't have the entire front row lined up with all the kids from her daycare academy.
It's too late.
I'm sorry? It's too late for them. Yes, it's too late for them. Mr. Johnson,
Okay.
the show is yours.
Thank you again. For the record, Jeff Johnson, Senior Planner. Legal advertisement was published in the St. Lucie News Tribune on July 25th, and a notification sign has been installed on the subject property for this quasi-judicial public hearing. The applicant, Sign With Me Christian Academy, is requesting a conditional use permit for a private elementary school, grades pre-kindergarten through 5th grade. As shown on the map, the proposed school is to be located on an 8.25-acre parcel that is owned by Midway Road Church of Christ, that is located on the north side of Midway Road between Jorgensen Road and Christensen Road. The property is zoned institutional and is surrounded by single-family residences to the north, west, and east that are zoned AR1, agricultural residential, 1 dwelling unit per acre. Commercial offices are located on the property to the west on commercial office zone lands, and directly south there is vacant commercial office and residential plan unit development zone lands. This institutional zoning is consistent with the public facilities future land use as depicted on the future land use map. Educational services and facilities are allowed in the institutional zoning district subject to conditional use permit approval. As shown on this air photo, the school plans to lease 12 existing classrooms totaling approximately 4,000 square feet in the east wing of the main building, which is 13,000 square feet in size. The proposed school will operate between 7 a.m. and 5:30 p.m. Monday through Friday, independent from other church-related activities. There are no exterior improvements proposed. Planning staff has reviewed the petition and has found the request to comply with the standards of review outlined in Section 110703 of the St. Lucie County Land Development Code. The proposed conditional use should not have any undue adverse effect on nearby properties, as a majority of the educational programs will occur inside the building. The applicant's traffic consultant, engineering design and construction, analyzed the existing and proposed traffic along the Midway Road corridor. This section of Midway Road is currently operating at an acceptable C level of service and is scheduled to expand to 4 lanes from 25th Street westward to Selberts Road, with construction commencing in the first quarter of 2014. Staff has reviewed the traffic statement and has determined that concurrency has been met and the traffic volumes in and out of the proposed project do not warrant turn lanes. There is adequate parking on site, and the driveway in and out of the site is expected to operate acceptably. To be a good neighbor and reduce traffic congestion in the immediate area, the applicant has staggered the hours of operation of their school to avoid traffic conflicts with the Liberty Baptist Church and Academy that is located approximately 1/3 mile to the west. Morning activity is offset by an hour between the two facilities. A condition of approval limits the total enrollment of the preschool and elementary students to 87. If enrollment exceeds this amount, an adjustment to the conditional use permit is required to be submitted to the Planning Division. The proposed use is not anticipated to create any significant demands on public facilities in the area, including water and wastewater, fire protection, or the environment. Mail notices were sent to 38 property owners within 500 feet of the subject property. As of date, staff has received a total of 5 responses. As depicted, 2 in favor and 3 opposed. It should be noted that last week, staff received 2 responses from adjacent property owners to the north that were concerned with the lack of landscape buffer or barrier. This church was built back in the late 1950s prior to the adoption of the county's zoning code. However, the county's current code requires that a 6-foot-high opaque wall or fence with landscaping be installed adjacent to the single-family properties unless written consent from the owners waiving this requirement is submitted to the Environmental Resources Department Director. Due to the fact that there were no exterior improvements proposed with this petition, staff was cautious in the review and did not require the applicant to bring the property into compliance with this landscape buffer requirement. Now knowing that there are concerns from the 2 neighbors, Staff did get in contact with Mr. Robert Hawley, who's the vice president of the church, prior to this meeting. Last weekend, Mr. Hawley reached out to the neighbors and is in the process of obtaining the necessary waivers and is agreeable to this new condition as shown. I believe he has all the necessary waivers from the 7 adjacent property owners, and he is here to report on that. And the Planning and Zoning Commission did meet on July 18th, and they do recommend unanimous approval of this request. There was no public comment at this meeting, and staff recommends that the board approve the conditional use permit subject to this new condition, along with the other conditions that are outlined in the resolution. And this concludes the presentation of staff, and if there's any questions that the board has, we can go ahead and address those. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Any questions for staff? This is a quasi-judicial item.
I have not met with any of the applicant or anyone else on this item.
Neither have I.
Neither have I.
Neither have I.
Neither have I.
I do have a question. On the traffic side, approximately 3 years ago, we had another facility on that road that had an issue with drop-off and pickup of students. I was trying to notice the driveway in and out, if it could stack 87 cars at one time, because I mean, we can just look outside the door here at Forest Elementary, where they start to drop off and pick up. And so has that been addressed in any of this process? Because if we are 4-laning Midway Road, I'd have a concern for the safety of the students getting on and off that road and stacking in that area.
Yes, Commissioner Zadowski, the applicant's consultant looked at that, and we analyzed that. And if you can tell on the aerial photo here, the driveway is a rather long driveway as it curves around and goes back to the building, to the parking lot, and the length there does exceed our county's code requirements for stacking. And we believe there's sufficient amount there that's not going to cause any congestion in or out of the site. So.
Okay, good, because I couldn't tell if that was a roof or if that was actually a driveway or a parking lot. So you're going to drive them through, and then you're going to run them through and drop off the children and come out the other side. Okay, right. It's just it's a safety issue for me, and that's why I wanted to raise that.
Good. Any other questions for staff? This is a public hearing. Anyone wishing to address the board at this time, please feel free to do so. Yes, feel free just to provide your name and address for the record.
I've been here since 6 o'clock, so I must applaud you all for your endurance. My name is Catherine Bohr. I live at 4820 Christensen Road. Can everyone hear me? I don't want to kiss the microphone, but I have a pretty good outside voice. I have a lot of dogs. Once again, for your endurance, thank you for staying so late to hear this. I understand that the waivers certainly might mitigate any comments that I have regarding buffering. If you could, actually, I'm really green up there. I'm the funny Oklahoma State property.
1.93 acre.
Yes, sir. And basically, we're I guess half an acre away from the back of the site. My issue is noise. I am for the program. I am for education. I think this is a great service to the community. I think it's a good value added for the county itself. I do work in emergency management, so I concur with your safety issue regarding the state. The street and the 4-lane. My issue, however, is noise. I moved out here a couple of years ago from PSL to White City for the quiet. I breed and raise dogs, but also work full time. So I love the quiet. Although I will say the toads and the frogs over the last 2 weeks have been a little rough to deal with. I'm fighting my very first black widow bite on my neck, and I'm learning to tame cane toads. So I'm trying to be a good rural country farm girl, and I like my quiet. I did meet Mr. Hawley a few minutes ago. Certainly he knows I'm not against this in any form or fashion. I do have an issue with noise at night. We have a lot of basketball going on there at very odd hours. My dogs, of course, go nuts. We can curtail that. That's my issue. But we've had a few stragglers come over the fences through a vacant property that is next to me. I'm sorry, just south of, the long, skinny one there right underneath me is vacant. No one's renting that home. It is for rent. The property is empty in the back and rarely mowed. Over the fences come a few teenagers. That's a safety issue for me. I have German short-hair pointers. Somebody comes over that fence, so I'm a little nervous about that. Probably not from the church. but the basketball courts do draw in quite a few people to play through the late hours of the night. So I'm asking the applicant, certainly if he would consider putting up a buffer. If he has to remove any exotics or invasive species, it would be nice to put back something that would be maybe a hedge that could possibly curtail the noise issue. The safety I leave to the experts. As far as the road improvements on Midway, certainly I'm not looking forward to that traffic. However, my issue is noise. I think Mr. Hawley has expressed earlier that he is very open to discussing that, and we've exchanged numbers. So maybe this talk is all for naught, but I did want to get up here since I've been here since 6 o'clock.
Yeah. And you're aware this is just for the elementary and preschool for K through 5.
Yes,
this is just a conditional use permit for that.
Yes, sir, and I do understand. I'm hoping that maybe the noise issue won't become an issue because it is a sign with me. So I'm assuming they're pretty quiet kids. Right. I know.
Yeah, this is
I didn't mean to be
preschool and
off
elementary. They're
color.
not there at night. This is, yeah.
Certainly. We do have an issue with the basketball courts at night, so I don't know if that's something that he can handle by a buffer. Certainly don't want to keep kids off a basketball court. We think anything that is sports related is good for character building. So certainly we're not against this fella at all, but we do have an issue with the current noise that is going on now, and hopefully he'll be receptive to a buffer possibly.
Thank you.
Thanks. Appreciate your time.
And by the way, we usually begin with the applicant speaking, so no. So at this point, I thought you were actually both coming up together since you were there, so I apologize. No.
Yeah. For record, my name is Robert Hawley. I'm a vice president or elder at Midway Road Church of Christ. And Ms. Boer is correct. We do have a basketball court there for some of the kids to be out, our teens and some other ones. What we can do, we discussed this previously, is that we can put a timer on our lights to limit how long the kids can play. Usually they like to get out after school or after they get off work, or even after church, get out, play some basketball. So that's amenable for us to put a timer on that, and I'll talk with Ms. Boer about when that is. And we did get a signed waiver for the rest of the acoustic buffer around for the rest of the 7 properties, save the one that is vacant right now. So yeah, being a good neighbor, we're gonna work with Ms. Boer to ensure that her dogs don't make that much noise and our kids don't either. Any other questions?
Any questions for the applicant? By the way, it probably needs to be referenced. It appears though maybe there's some confusion. I mean, these children are not deaf that are attending the program. So I didn't want there to be a misperception.
Yeah. Yeah, also, you're correct in that her concern was with the church, I'll say the church kids, and not with Sign With Me. Two issues.
So I know years ago went over and visited the daycare and saw what was going on there. Because one of my buddies, his kids goes there and they teach sign language to the kids. Which I thought was pretty cool.
Anything else?
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to address the public, address us at this time? Seeing no further movement, we will close public comment and return to the board. Is there action?
Mr. Chairman, move approval of staff recommendation.
I have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been motion second. Any discussion on the motion? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carried unanimously. With that, we'll turn to item 3, comprehensive plan text amendment to revise regulations related to residential development in areas designated Ag 5 and Ag 2.5.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Mark Satterley, Planning and Development Services Director. Ms. Woods, who's with us tonight, is our planning consultant who's been helping escort us through this process, but this is the adoption hearing for the land use amendments and the text amendments to the Land Development Code, addressing the issues that came out of the Western Lands study and the work that we've been doing with the stakeholders and the property owners. These are companion items, one that addresses the changes to the comp plan wording, and then also the text to the code, and I'll have Kara brief you on that, and then we're both here to answer questions. But this has gone through, it's been to the Regional Planning Council, it's been to the state of Florida, it's come back to us, and so no comments from either of those groups, and so we are here for adoption.
We're treating both these together, items 3 and 4?
Correct, to some degree. I'll let Kara handle that. I'm sure I'll tell you wrong.
Thank you. Good evening, Ms. Woods.
Good evening, Chairman Mallory and Commissioners. Good to be here with you this evening. And of course, Mark said half the stuff, but I am Kara Wood, for the record, your planning consultant for these items. I am presenting them together. If you recall, the first and transmittal hearing for these items was on May 21st, and so this is the final adoption hearing. There are no changes to the proposed amendments since the first hearing, so I'll just walk, kind of quickly through the main points just for everyone's reminder. These proposed amendments apply only to Ag 5 and Ag 2.5 properties as designated on the county's future land use map. So for clarification, Agriculture 5 is 1 dwelling unit per 5 acres. Agricultural 2.5, which is the very light blue color kind of in the center, is 1 dwelling unit per 2.5 acres. Just a brief timeline for showing where we've been over the last few years. The proposed amendments address just some key issues of residential development of agricultural lands that have been the subject of discussion for many years and have been thoroughly analyzed through the county's Western Land Study that started in 2009 and was accepted by the board in 2012. So the primary issues today, we are changing items in the Land Development Code and the Comprehensive Plan to increase the number of lots that can be developed under straight zoning from 8 to 45. We are removing the current 50% and 80% open space requirements that is outlined in the Ag PUD policies. And so from here forward, if these are adopted, PUDs in the agricultural lands will develop under the regulations of PUDs inside the urban service boundaries and require 35%. We will continue to work on development forms for large developments with the landowners, and staff has already spent some time with the landowners looking at how some other jurisdictions have addressed these types of issues. And any policies existing that preserve open space and natural areas, for example, in the conservation element, remain unchanged. Notice of this public hearing was published on July 26th. We've received no comments from the public on the proposed amendments for this hearing. We received a letter from the Department of Economic Opportunity, the State Land Planning Agency, on June 28th with no comments, no objections. And the Treasure Coast Regional Planning Council approved the proposed amendments without any comment or concern on July 19th. The staff does recommend approval of both of these amendments. Just a note that within your packet, the planning and zoning public hearing agenda item was attached. At that time, there was still policy language in policy 1123 that refer to transfer of development rights and vehicle miles traveled. In that public hearing, that policy language was changed, so the final version of the ordinance no longer refers to TDRs and VMTs. That policy language was revised, and I believe that was summarized at your transmittal hearing. So in case you're looking at a different version of the agenda, just to be clear that policy language was revised. So again, these are presented concurrently, but just need to be opened and voted on separately, first for the comp plan and then for the land development code. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you. Any questions for staff, for the consultant?
Mr. Chairman, I don't know if this is for Kara, more for probably Mr. McIntyre. When we addressed this through the Western Lands Study and process, it was largely to address issues of a Burt Harris claim or several. And those who were stakeholders in the process had come before us and accepted these changes as part of that they would accept these changes in lieu of dropping the Burt Harris claims. Has that been done?
Commissioner, no, sir, not at this point. I think those are still pending. Based on our last hearing, though, it's my understanding that at least the folks that were here last time indicated that they will be dismissing once the amendments are finalized.
I see a couple of them in the audience. I don't know if they're willing to come up and let us know that would occur. Simply because we've taken and we've spent a great deal of staff time, money, consultants' time, and effort to come to these conclusions, these compromises, if you will. And as part of it, it was to address the legal claims or the lawsuits with the county. I personally could not support this thing going forward if we didn't have some assurances, simply because we've addressed the issues that were of concern by the stakeholders. But if we move forward on our side and put these things into place, without that assurance that those lawsuits would be withdrawn, I have some difficulty moving forward with this in my vote. HR? Please.
I've spoken, H.M. Ridgely, by the way, I've spoken to all of the landowners that are plaintiffs in the 3 suits, the various Burt Harris declaratory judgment and the class action, and they've all agreed that once adopted, we're contacting the attorneys to draw up the paperwork to get to Mr. McIntyre to drop them all.
Okay, so that's part of the record, and that's what I asked for. Thank you very much,
I've asked them all verbally.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ridgely. Any questions? All right. This is a public hearing. We're going to open the first. This is for the Comprehensive Plan Text Amendment. Anyone wishing to address the board at this time, please feel free to do so. Seeing no movement, we'll close the public hearing on that item. Is there a motion?
Motion to approve.
We have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been motion and second. Any discussion on the item? Hearing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carried unanimously. Second item is the Land Development Code Text Amendment. We'll open the public hearing on this item. Seeing no movement, we'll close that public hearing and return to the board.
Motion to approve.
Have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion and second. Any discussion? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carried unanimously. With that concludes our public hearings. We'll turn to the county attorney for our regular agenda. Mr. McIntyre.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The first item is item 9A1. It relates to South 25th Street right-of-way, St. Lucie County versus Long-Term Finance and Development. It's a proposed settlement. Relates to an eminent domain action that the county filed back in 2004. We needed to acquire right-of-way on South 25th Street in order to improve the road. We actually acquired the right-of-way through a stipulated order of taking and along with a lot of other parcels, and the road has actually been constructed. We did deposit $33,000 into the court registry in November of 2004, and since that time we've been trying to achieve a final resolution of the value. What happens is a two-step process when you do an order of taking. You make a deposit, you get the property, you build the road, but then value is either determined by settlement or a jury trial. In this case, because of the relatively low value, the cost of going to trial would exceed really the value of the parcel in any settlement. So we've really tried to be patient. The property owner, for whatever reason, hasn't really been interested in settlement, but I'm pleased to announce that we have reached, at least at a staff level, a proposed settlement for $50,000. That's inclusive of fair market value, severance damages, and all claims for attorney's fees and costs. So that's we think, a significantly good proposal from a county perspective. We did contact Dan Fuller, who's an appraiser. He performed the original review appraisal for the county back in 2004. He has written a letter, which is attached, dated July 19th, indicating that the proposed settlement is within an acceptable range of value. As we always try to do with any settlement offer, it's appropriate to look at a best case, worst case scenario if we don't accept the settlement offer. In this case, the best case scenario is the case would proceed to trial before a jury, and the jury would accept the county's initial value of $33,000. Even in a best case scenario, the county would be obligated to pay for the county's expert witness costs, appraisal and engineering costs, as well as costs and attorney's fees incurred by long-term finance, which is the property owner. It's likely that the costs would exceed $25,000. In a worst case scenario, the jury would value the property at a number higher than $50,000. As with the best case scenario, the county would be obligated to pay its expert witness costs as well as long-term finance's expert witness costs. In a worst case scenario, that we'd also have to pay increased attorney's fees because of the increase in value, as well as pay interest on the amount over $33,000. It's likely that that amount would exceed $40,000. Based on that, Mr. Chairman, staff recommends that the board approve the settlement proposal and authorize the county attorney to enter into an appropriate stipulated final judgment.
Thank you, Mr. McIntyre. Any questions? Is there a motion?
Mr. Chairman, move approval.
I have a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion is second. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carried unanimously.
Thank you,
Item 2.
Mr. Chairman. If you'd like, I'll proceed to item 9A2.
Thank you.
This item also is relates to a settlement offer, a proposed settlement offer. In this case, related to the City of Port St. Lucie's proposed annexation of property known as the McCarty Ranch property. The city actually purchased this property in November of 2012, ostensibly to address the city's utility water supply needs in 2040. The existing uses are vegetable crop farming, cattle grazing, there's a former rock mine, and there's conservation land. According to a city staff memorandum dated in March of this year, the city's future plans include water storage, a potable water treatment facility, a water recovery system, aquifer storage and recovery, as well as passive recreation uses. The city filed a petition to voluntarily annex this property into the city. They did notify us pursuant to the joint planning agreement. We responded at a staff level in a letter dated April 19th. We indicated at that time that we did not believe that the city's proposed annexation meets the requirements of state law. Specifically, the staff at that time did not believe that the property was contiguous along a substantial part of its boundary. It was only touching at approximately 642 feet of about 16,239 feet. That's less than 4%. In addition to the lack of contiguity, staff also pointed out the proposed annexation includes two long, narrow appendages over a mile in length, radiating out from the parcel, which creates two large pockets of land surrounded by the city on three sides. From a county staff perspective, this appears to be contrary to the definition of compactness in Florida law. In May of this year, the board initiated conflict resolution procedures as required by Chapter 164. We adopted a resolution which we sent to the city. There are 3 stages to this process. The first stage is a conflict assessment meeting. The second stage would be a joint public meeting between the governing bodies, and the third and final stage would be traditional mediation. In this case, we have completed, or at least are in the process of the first phase, which is a conflict assessment meeting. We met with the city staff on July 17th. At that meeting, the city staff submitted some draft settlement language. Actually, they discussed it, and it came a couple days later in a July 19 letter. The city, just in terms of where they're at in the process, they've already adopted the proposed ordinance. You adopt annexations through ordinances. They've adopted the ordinance, and they do 2 readings. They've adopted the ordinance on first reading, and notwithstanding the fact that we've initiated conflict resolution, they have scheduled a public hearing on the second reading on Monday of next week. That's August the 12th. In terms of their settlement offer, it's summarized in the memorandum. I'll just kind of go through it just quickly. They express their intent, they being the city, express their intent not to involuntarily annex property in the future. The city would notify the county of a petition for voluntary annexation within 30 days of receipt of a petition. The county would agree to provide written comments at least 10 days prior to the first reading. The comments made by the county would be made part of the record. In the event the county would have objections, the city and county staff would meet within 10 days of the city's receipt of the comments to consider the comments. And for the area west of Rangeline Road, the city would not increase the density or intensity or land use above that which is the subject property is currently had for a period of 5 years, except we're providing utility services by an existing utility. From a county staff perspective, in terms of analyzing this offer, the city's proposed enhancements to the notification procedures in the joint planning agreement are positive steps. Improved communication will almost certainly reduce the possibility of future conflict between the 2 entities. Although the staff is honestly uncertain about the enforceability of the 5-year commitment not to increase density, this commitment, at least from a staff perspective, is also a positive step. We are in the process, the county is, of reviewing its western land strategy and could possibly and probably should coordinate these discussions with city staff. Those discussions could include the possible creation of a jobs entertainment corridor in the future that would benefit not only the city but all county residents. The exception for utilities would allow an increase for intensity for the construction of infrastructure for the city utility system. Mr. Chairman, I also put legal analysis. I'm not going to read that. I think it wouldn't be productive to do that. Suffice it to say there are, I've cited the statute on contiguity and compactness, which are the two tests. Just in terms of summary, again, as we indicated, there are issues of contiguity and whether this meets the statutory requirements for that. From a staff perspective, we don't believe it does. No disrespect intended. Additionally, there's also that narrow corridor, and we think that this also is a shoestring annexation and doesn't appear to meet the statutory definition of compactness. If the city and county can't resolve their differences through conflict resolution, the county would be required to file a petition for certiorari in a circuit court. The county would have the burden of showing that the adoption of the annexation ordinance was not supported by competent evidence, did not comply with the essential requirements of law, and did not afford the county procedural due process. Those are the three tests. Although there were a number of prior court decisions concerning annexations, each of these cases, as you would expect, has its own unique set of facts. In this case, a unique fact exists in that the city actually owns the property it proposes to annex. This ownership may have the effect of reducing the impact of the county's arguments on contiguity and compactness. From a mathematical perspective, the odds of reversing a municipal action on certiorari review are difficult for a variety of reasons, including great judicial deference typically afforded by the courts to the actions of government. Nonetheless, whereas here the annexation arguably violates the statute, certiorari would be necessary and proper. An important factor for the board to consider in this process is that the statute governing annexations provides that the prevailing party in an annexation dispute is entitled to reimbursement of attorney's fees. And so that cuts both ways. Obviously, whoever wins would be entitled to attorney's fees. Depending on whether the city determines to use outside counsel, that amount could easily exceed $50,000. In order to bring a certiorari challenge to the action, the county would need to demonstrate its standing. In other words, it would have to demonstrate that the annexation causes material harm to the county. The failure to do so could preclude our ability to even obtain certiorari review. Mr. Chairman, in terms of a summary, before I make the recommendation, we did, and I think the board has received copies of this, but we did send a letter to city staff after we received their settlement offer, just in an effort to try to provide them with further input on what we felt maybe some of the concerns of the board would be. We suggested some changes in black line form that are attached to the letter. I'm pleased to say that I did receive an email today from the city attorney indicating that at least from a staff perspective, the staff is in agreement with that language. Again, that is a positive step, from a staff perspective. We also suggested that the city consider eliminating. There's a north-south finger extension. We have a map if the board is interested in seeing this. There's a north-south extension. It's the 9,621 foot. It goes from the city's parcel down to the canal. We suggested that they consider eliminating that from the proposed annexation. That was actually an original proposal by city staff that they have now pulled back off the table. Unfortunately, the email from the city attorney indicated that, at least again from a staff perspective, staff was not willing at this point in time to eliminate that north-south finger extension. Mr. Chairman, in terms of recommendations, and again, this is just, I want to make this clear, this is not a staff recommendation, this is a recommendation from the county attorney's office, or from the county attorney specifically. I try to view these disputes between government in a different way than normal disputes, and I think it's appropriate to try to work hard to settle issues between governments. And the reason why is there's twofolds. I think it's most of the people in the country and the county don't like to see governments fighting each other using public dollars, and so I think you need to try to walk the extra mile with other governments to try to settle that. The other issue that you have is, notwithstanding good faith efforts on both sides, these things tend to have ripple effects beyond the issue that you're disputing, and again, it's hard not to we try not to do that, but it's just a reality, and we have a lot of things going on with all of our governments now, and we will probably as well in the future. So from that perspective, the county attorney recommends that the board accept the settlement proposal from the city as modified to include the language that we put in our letter dated July 30th. Now, again, that does not include, so to be clear, that does not include the elimination of the north-south finger, which from a city staff perspective, they're unwilling to recommend at this point.
Thank you, Mr. McIntyre. I know a lot of work has been done on this issue by staff, both staffs included. I have to applaud the staffs as they've continued to work through this process and to try and resolve what I see as a series of maybe missteps along the way in terms of communication and how things have been addressed. The analogy that I found myself using was I felt like in some ways, though, I didn't want us to review tape from last night's game to decide what tackles were missed or what passes could have been caught, as much as having us at least focus on tonight's game. And so from that perspective, I would like to continue to reference, as I've done so oftentimes with the press, is that I like the relationship that we have with the city. I know we've all worked hard to do that. I found myself today finding myself a little puzzled and frustrated that this finger wasn't able to be resolved, because I know a lot of discussions were going on back and forth with even city staff today to try and resolve that issue, to at least provide that so that we're not creating an island pocket. And after everything that we went through with Beau Rivage and some of the issues there, I have heard as well, though, that the City Council has the opportunity to take staff recommendation and then deal with any potential conditions that we would have and work through those at their Monday night meeting. And so I have worked diligently to try and discuss that as well. I've reached out to quite a few of the City Council members as well to talk with them about it, and I feel as though there may be some room for us to discuss in that area. That I'll turn to my board and see what comments you all have at this time.
Mr. Chair, if I may, I look at the situation. We do have a relationship with Port St. Lucie. I'm glad to say, and I'm excited about that relationship that we do have with Port St. Lucie. We are working on currently some projects together, and I want to see those type of working relationships continue. I'd like for us to resolve this, and I would make a motion tonight to approve, be it that the north-south finger is something that is taken out. I'll be willing to approve and move forward with the possibility of that being taken out.
So I hear a moving staff recommendation with the condition of having the finger removed, which, is that the best term, Dan, to call it? I know there was a term, is it parcel D?
Yes, sir. I think the city refers to it as parcel D. We call it a finger extension. It's, to be clear, looking at the map, it's the 9,621 foot plus or minus extends, it appears to be north to south from the proposed annexation area to the canal C-23. So that's the finger extension that, again, originally was proposed to be removed. I think it's what Commissioner Johnson is referring to in his motion.
It was actually the Plan B that we spoke about during our meetings, but if that's something that we could do, I would make a motion to move on that. That way we continue our working relationship and not be a government locally in conflict with one another. because we truly need this camaraderie to move forward.
We have a motion. Is there a second?
Mr. Chairman, I'll second for discussion. I too am having, well, not I too, I am having concerns with this particular issue. I agree with Mr. McIntyre. As a matter of fact, we have discussed pretty much at length that this site of governments battling each other is not, doesn't do anything for anybody's confidence level. Certainly is unfortunate given the current economic circumstances. Things are improving, but I don't think the community at large feels that. So for us to be seen squandering or spending what I hate to use the term squandering, they would see it as squandering probably, spending funds to battle each other is really unfortunate. I still, and I would like to comment just for kind of public editorial, I can't think of anyone on any of the governmental bodies in this county that I couldn't at any moment, at a drop of a hat, go to lunch with. However, we come up against these issues where we feel the interests of the governmental entity and of the people it represents are at issue. In this particular case, I'm sorry, I look at this map and it's, in my admittedly not legal opinion, but I have dealt with this issue before, and I don't see this as being a legal annexation. There are two fingers, not one. However, in the interests of compromise, in the interests of trying to avoid unnecessary litigation, I seconded my colleague's motion. I'm still struggling with it, but I would like to suggest that we could at least move forward with that discussion. As I'm saying that, I'm looking at Mr. Orr's memo, and that does not seem necessarily to be a viable alternative, but I would like to pursue it.
I'd concur with you. I feel as though, again, when I try and go back at the history on this and some of the things that have occurred, I just keep finding myself saying don't focus on that, because that causes, I think, both sides to talk about things that they like and dislike about the process and what has happened. In focusing on tonight, I feel as though I would like to move forward in a positive way to have a positive recommendation to approve the city's request for annexation subject to the conditions that were set forth in the city attorney's recommendation, as well as that finger being removed out of the picture. And it's my hope that between now and Monday evening, the city council as well would agree with that approach and find that a favorable position, realizing the last thing that the two communities need to do is to deal with that. I know that in discussions with the city staff as well, there were questions that came up about whether or not they would have issues in the use of that 100-foot wide strip. And I think both the city attorney as well as the county attorney were able to discuss some reasonable items that would allow both sides to have comfort in the use and provision of that without it being an annexed piece, just as it's often very common for municipalities, whether it's city or county, to own properties outside of their jurisdiction that may be used for utility purposes or others, and those properties are never annexed into the city. I gave the example before. I know as a city manager, we actually had an 18-mile away hydroelectric facility, and obviously that was never annexed, and even though we owned a significant portion of land, it's very, very common. So I feel as though the idea of saying that just because it's under ownership that it has to be annexed isn't necessarily the best argument, but I think there are some things that can make this work, and I'd be in favor of the motion that's being shown tonight.
Mr. Chairman, I too would like to say that I've had an incredible working relationship with Port St. Lucie over the 4.5 years I've been in office. We've created a lot of good for the public in St. Lucie County, City of Port St. Lucie proper as well. We've been able to meet on any number of items, resolve things, offer cash incentives for waste streams, for instance, where we were able to give Port St. Lucie substantial funding for certain agreements that we made, and those were good things. They were excellent things, and it's good for the taxpayers of Port St. Lucie as well as the county. However, I would, and unfortunately, I disagree with Mr. McIntyre this evening that the issue of having a municipality property being annexed would have some, I'm going to say use the term more weight than other property owners in an annexation situation. So, Mr. McIntyre, mark this one down. I'm disagreeing with you for the first time. However, I do have some concerns that a municipality would have a greater weight than other property owners in a annexation situation. I will also, on my statements, and I'm not for the annexation at this point, a couple of reasons. Number one, it's been proposed that this annexation is for future use for water harvesting, if you will, and the possibility of providing water capacity for utilities in the future. First and foremost, in 1994, the county and Port St. Lucie entered into an agreement regarding utility services areas. From a substantial financial issue or hindrance to the county, this is a substantial area of the county utility area. And without having that memorialized in any agreement for this annexation, I have some issues with that. I think it needs to be memorialized. The agreement was made in 1994 when the county entered into an agreement to provide the utility to Port St. Lucie originally. That's one issue. You talked about connectivity and compactness. Clearly, by the graph we're seeing on the screen, I don't believe that provides that nexus or that portion of law. Several years ago, where we worked with the city of Fort Pierce on a similar issue, I would say it was point-to-point issue, but nonetheless, the connectivity area was minor, and we worked that out in the end. So we've stood by our issues with compactness and connectivity over the years, and I don't want us to start tonight with changing that. Again, for the record, the sliver to the south is a 150-foot north and south portion, which makes its way to the C-23 canal, which I will speak to in a minute. And the other is a 650-foot sliver to the east, which is approximately less than 4% connectivity. My major concern also is the enclave, creation of an enclave in pockets. And we recently went through a process with the state legislature on the Beau Rivage issue. The county or somebody was asleep at the switch when a property to the north of the Beau Rivage property was built out, and we did not require a connection point from that property into St. Lucie County. Since that happened, we lost approximately $1.2 million in taxable revenue to the county, which affects the other county taxpayers to provide services throughout the rest of the county. So that's a concern of mine, that we have the opportunity to stop something from happening before it does by stopping an enclave from occurring. We spoke earlier on the three items that we just were going to transmit on the Western Lands study, changing in the comprehensive plan. That was a significant investment by the county in order to develop the Western Lands areas. We had multiple meetings with stakeholders, public, governmental agencies, property owners, general public, ourselves included, and a substantial amount of effort and money was spent in creating that plan. So I think that this situation creates, again, a problem for the county and how we've approached developing the Western Lands area. In our workshops, we also offered a number of different alternatives to the staff of our friends to the south in creating an overlay district which would provide them with whatever it was that they needed. Their agreement to maintain the densities and the build-out for 5 years pretty much maintains that same situation. But my concern, too, here is that there's some need for expediency with this process when we've been told that it's not going to be necessary for 20 to 25 years. So I have some concern about that. As part of that Western Land study, we also talked about, and we approved tonight, the clarity of open space and compactness. I think that comes into play when developing that area, if it becomes an enclave or it becomes annexed, or other properties become annexed into the city of Port St. Lucie. I talked about the 1994 agreement. It appears to be ignored in any of the documents that I have gotten, and I think that definitely has to be memorialized about our service area. I spoke earlier about the connection point to the C-23 canal. In the documentation that I received, the PowerPoint presentation provided on page 6, it's at the front top of the page, it says reliance on Floridian is questionable. And in the PowerPoint, it shows the 20-year water use permit renewal started in 2005. But what it shows is there are what appears to be 18 Southwest Floridian well field is what they're calling it. 18 well fields is what it appears in this document. I have a concern that the nutrient-laden water that is in the C-23 canal would be pumped north into that annexed area and be placed into the Floridian aquifer. Once that water goes into that aquifer, it will have to be treated beyond its capacity of normal aquifer water, if you will. And I'm not, this really is not for the annexation side of it, but it's something that should be concerning us as to how our utility area may be affected by pumping nutrient-laden water into the Floridian aquifer. So that's a concern that I have in that area. Also, it was stated that during that process, the water would be treated to a drinking water standard. However, most drinking water standards provide for, I think, 85 different items, and it's not treated for pharmaceuticals and other items. So without being treated completely to drinking water standards with all of the nutrients that may be in that C-23 canal, I have concerns about that as well. I guess I would question, and I don't know if the staff from Port St. Lucie is going to speak to us tonight or not, but I guess my questions would be, why not take out the sliver to the south? What exactly is the rush? Simply because this has been stated that we're looking at 20, 25 years out. It's going to be a recreational area, so I have some concerns about that. The area that we're talking about has been presented and rumored, and that a group known as Crystal Lagoons, or some their entity thereof, has indicated an interest of building out that region of the county. Our current comprehensive plan and all of our land use can handle that, but as important, we were looking through the Western Land study about creating jobs corridors, entertainment corridors, and so on. And so to not have a say-so in this, and having had the incredible investment that we've made through time and monetary investment, I have some concerns that our plans to the Western community would be in great difficulty, or would have difficulty with it. So those are some of my concerns. I think that we can work with Port St. Lucie to find a reasonable compromise to the situation. We do have a great working relationship. I just think we need to sit down and walk through the issues, and I think we have that opportunity through the conflict resolution, and I think we will be able to find a solution. But on the terms that I've raised this evening, I will not be supporting the motion as stated.
We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion?
Mr. Chair, just for the record, I will copy and agree with my fellow board members in regards to the working relationship that we have with Port St. Lucie. It is one that I have been extremely proud of. We have come a very long way over the course of years, and there has been much to have been gained for all the residents because of that relationship. I would hope that it would continue, and as I said when we went into conflict resolution, that I would hope that it would be remembered that this was being done as a friendly conflict resolution, not one that was adversarial. Having been through some of these discussions in the past, whether it was with the city of Port St. Lucie or Fort Pierce, it would go against everything I had said in the past and I have stood for when it comes to whether or not this is what I would say is a legal annexation. And that's based off looking at the maps. Commissioner Zanowski, I agree with you. I have shared those concerns with staff, who both staffs, in my opinion, have done a wonderful job of trying to come to some type of a conclusion. So they are to be commended. But I have yet to see where, just as you mentioned, any reinforcement, any acknowledgement of the fact that that is St. Lucie County service area, nor any recognition of the fact that we have our permits for that area. Those are in our hands. So not knowing what the outcome of that would be, if the city would be willing to add that reinforcement back to a JPA, based off of what is seen here, I'm like you, Commissioner Zanowski, I don't feel like I could accept the motion that's on the table. I would prefer, as well as staffs have done on both sides, that I think this really needs to come down to, and I really don't think it'll be as controversial as everyone fears it may be, that I think it's time for the elected officials to sit down. As of tonight, I won't be supporting that. I would like that opportunity.
Yeah, and Commissioner, I agree with you on that, and I would like if the motion maker and the seconder would reconsider to let this go back and we have an opportunity to meet with our colleagues in Port St. Lucie and have the discussion and walk through and talk through together what we feel is our major concerns with this. I think we have the opportunity. I've walked shoulder to shoulder with our colleagues, and so I hope that that can occur.
Mr. Chairman, given that I seconded the motion for discussion, I find that I am agreeing with my colleagues to the extent, as I said, I have misgivings looking at the communication we've received, but with bearing in mind that this is a communication from staff, I think we may gain a great deal by continuing with the process, and the next step in the conflict resolution process is meeting with our elected peers. Unfortunately, they seem to have left. But I really feel that I stand by what we said earlier, but I also feel that carrying it to a discussion, seeing what their take on the issue might be, would be productive for us. With that in mind, I don't know how we proceed. I guess we just...
Well, being that this is the sentiments of my colleagues, and I am a team player, I would be willing to take that next step to sit down with their counsel and see how we could work out something that would be beneficial for both sides. I think it's a mature thing to do, and it would allow us to be seen collectively in the public working together. So,
but please be aware that just because you're requesting to do that does not mean that that's what they're going to want to do. Mm-hmm. The conflict resolution process details the fact that it would have a joint meeting between the two. However, they still have set in course action for Monday night to continue with the annexation process. So your motion tonight would have provided approval subject to the conditions that you and Mr. McIntyre suggested.
Well, let me ask this question.
And so if it goes forward, if that doesn't happen,
right,
then a wall may now be further built. That although we can say we're hoping to get together,
right,
and they may legally have to get together, that may not mean that this is going to be perceived in a positive way.
Well, my question moving forward is, as the motion has been made, and so we move on that motion, even if they reject that offer, you're saying that we still couldn't have the next level of conflict resolution? Is that what you're saying?
No, what I'm saying is if you withdraw your motion,
okay,
and if we have a different motion that rejects the request and has us continue to move forward on the conflict resolution process that we were already involved in, the city council is still going to take action Monday night.
Right.
They could, based upon your positive recommendation that you suggested tonight,
correct,
they could then consider that, and they could amend their request, their annexation request Monday night, to remove the sliver and do that. If you really believe that they're going to completely withdraw the annexation request, which maybe some of the colleagues believe that that's going to happen through this conflict resolution process, then go for it. But if you think at the end of the day they're still going to want to have the annexation and there's the possibility that they're going to remove the finger through the conflict resolution process, then just approve that tonight and make that a part of it, knowing that I believe our action tonight by the board not approving this request with these small conditions in there could further exacerbate the situation. And as much as we'd want it to be helpful, I don't know it's going to save this.
I totally understand what you're saying. Based upon that and what you've said, the way that I look at the whole scenario, if conflict resolution is something that we still can get together in spite of the motion, let's say they accept, let's say they do not accept, and if we still have the ability to move forward in conflict resolution with them, I don't have a problem with keeping a motion that was already given up front. I don't have an issue with that at all.
But actually, maybe, for Mr. McIntyre's sake, if your motion goes forward, then that, in many ways, would remove the conflict resolution process because you've now approved, if the board approved that through a majority vote, you would have approved the annexation occurring,
right,
subject to those conditions. If they agreed to those conditions at their meeting on the 12th, then there would not be a joint meeting that would occur.
And Mr. Chairman, let me ask in another way, and maybe Mr. McIntyre can weigh in. We've laid out some of our concerns. We've laid out the enclaves. We've laid out the compactness and connectivity argument. We've made issue about the utility service area, the 1994 agreement, memorializing that. I would suggest to you that if we pull that motion from the table, we've put our voice on the record, and some of the folks from Port St. Lucie were here, they could in turn go back to their meeting, approve the annexation with the conditions as we've discussed, and then come back at that point through conflict resolution. We could sit down and agree to it immediately. Mr. McIntyre?
Commissioner, I guess that is a possibility, but I think in the absence of some affirmative action of the board indicating their support, it's more than likely that the city on Monday will adopt the ordinance as it's proposed. In other words, with the sliver, as we've called it, parcel D, as they call it, intact. And then what would happen is we will continue conflict resolution because the state law requires that. So the next step will be a joint meeting between the governing bodies, and then if there's no resolution, then there'll be a mediation held, and then at that point, presumably, if they adopt the ordinance, we'll have a decision as to whether to challenge that in court or not. But that's the way it's going to go. If you approve the motion that's on the table, there's certainly no guarantee that they'll approve it, but at least there'll be an
Continue.
opportunity for them to consider it,
Right.
and if they approve it, then I think it'll stop the process. In other words, presumably at that point, they'll adopt the ordinance with the sliver out, they'll adopt the JPA language, or at least agree to it, and it'll be formalized at that point. So I think that's the way I see it going. I think your decision is if you vote on the motion, if there's a majority that's in favor of it, it will go to the city council with the possibility, not the certainty, but the possibility anyway, that they'll agree and the issue may be resolved. If you don't approve the resolution, and this isn't in a threat sort of way, it's just the way I see it, they will adopt the ordinance presumably on Monday, and we'll go to the next step of conflict resolution. Doesn't mean you won't resolve it later. It just means we're going to end up going to them, and it's not our fault. They're the ones that scheduled the hearing, but we're going to have to go on Monday and present our case, because that's how the appeal is going to be decided. It's based on the record. So we'll be forced to present our case on Monday in front of the city council.
Well, be it that the motion, if I may, Mr. Chair, be it that the motion, be it that the situation, I would keep the motion on the table and ask that we move ahead with the motion, because we could continue in conflict resolution in spite of. So.
Okay, Mr.
We
Chairman.
continue the conflict resolution regardless.
Right. I think the motion, as I understood it, would be to try to basically submit a counteroffer of settlement to the city that would include the language in the joint planning agreement as modified by county staff, but also make it conditioned upon the elimination of the sliver or parcel D from the petition for annexation. That's my understanding of it was in the nature of a counteroffer to the city council.
Correct.
I feel as though as I keep banging this through in my head, I feel like both sides, the city and the county, have things that they strongly feel are reasons why this should or should not be approved. And my concern is that if we dig our heels in the ground, in the sand here, and try and hold on to us not approving this because of the reasons that we feel are correct, that we're not going to achieve the result in a manner that's going to be as beneficial to us, should we not approve the suggested motion that is before us tonight. And I would just implore you to think about that process. As you know, that happened. This is tough because I feel like from an ego standpoint, there's a part of me that wants things to be buttoned up and cleaned up in a perfect way, but this just isn't one of those cases, and I just have to do what I know in the end is probably the best thing for our residents, and that's why I'm going to support the motion for Johnson.
Mr. Chairman, as I stated originally, this really goes against the grain for all the reasons my colleagues have enumerated, because, as Commissioner Hutchinson indicated, this has been an issue before, and I'm sorry, the picture before me just isn't right. But on the other hand, I do have the specter of, the side of government's duking it out. And I just, kind of along the line of what you said for our residents, I just, I'm kind of got an internal conflict going now, but I will stand by my second at this point.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any other discussion?
Actually, I just want to reiterate, we've been down this road, the citizens of St. Lucie County, because something was overlooked years past when an approval was made, an enclave was created, and now a large portion of St. Lucie County is in Martin County. That's a big concern that I have for all the citizens of St. Lucie County, that this will create an enclave. It seriously creates two major pockets. It also, from the standpoint of compactness and connectivity, I believe, and I have to support the state statutes on this, and I don't believe it meets that criteria. So from the enclave, that's an issue. You know, we haven't even discussed really in the motion, and I want to return you to the 1994 agreement when the utility service was agreed to between the City of Port St. Lucie and St. Lucie County. There was an agreement of our service area. Without that being represented and memorialized in any agreement moving forward, I have deep concerns and I could not support that. So even if that line, that finger touch to the south were removed, without having that 1994 agreement memorialized indicating that this is our service area, I have some concerns and I could not support it for that reason.
If I may, Mr. Chair, I know that, you know, there's been some things that have been done in the past, some mistakes per se made in the past, but collectively as both governmental local entities that's working for people, we can take the bull by the horns from this point forward and begin to move collectively together. And I think this is the first step in making that happen. And I'm like Commissioner Lewis, don't want to see government entities in conflict and fighting with one another, and also an influx. Is not good for marketing, it's not good for business, it's not good for people, and it's definitely not good for families. So we need to make sure that we make an effort from this point forward to benefit northern and southern parts of our county and show people that we are the class of the region. And in order to do so, we're going to have to work together.
Mr. Chairman, just real quick, the 1994 agreement, as far as I'm concerned, stands. I understand my colleagues, I think both of them mentioned they would like to see it again stated. As far as I'm concerned, that still stands. That's not in question in my mind. And I certainly could not accept it as it stands with the pocket created. So with those two facts firmly in mind, I once again want to move forward.
We have a motion. It's been seconded. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Yes, sir. Commissioner Hutchinson?
No, ma'am.
Commissioner Zadowski?
No, ma'am.
Commissioner Lewis?
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Johnson?
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Mowry?
Yes, ma'am. Motion carried 3-2. Anything else, Mr. McIntyre?
Yes, sir.
With that, we will turn to the announcement portion. Ms. Outlaw, would you like to take over this portion for us? What do we have here?
We only got 10:20.
I didn't get my agenda, Mr. Chairman. We have a number of announcements, starting with your August 13th informal meeting, which will be held at 9 o'clock in your conference room 3. Then you have your first budget workshop on the 27th, which will also be held in conference room 3 at 10. Then you have a joint meeting with the City of Fort Pierce on the Port Master Plan, and that meeting is actually going to be held here in the chamber in anticipation of the number of people that will turn out for that. And then you have the first of the budget hearings that will be on September 10th at 6 p.m. here in the chamber. There's a joint meeting on the 19th with the Research Development Authority, and that's at 9 o'clock at the research office, and then a budget hearing, the second budget adoption hearing, at 6 o'clock p.m. here in your chamber. And then again in September you will have a budget workshop on the 24th at 10 o'clock in conference room 3. And those are your announcements.
And Mr. Chairman, if I may make an announcement, last week we had a call to action at the Lincoln Park High School, and there was probably over 800 people represented. We had every segment of St. Lucie County, represented from the sheriff, the police departments, housing authority, the college, the high school, the school district, and of course, and thank you, Commissioner Johnson, for being there as well. And as you know, we have a serious issue of violence and shootings in an area of St. Lucie County, and we are trying to work together with the community to basically take back the streets. I will be meeting, I believe, Thursday with the sheriff and Chief Baldwin on the issue of some of the issues that were raised by the public, and we hope to enact them very quickly. I see last evening that the city of Fort Pierce is moving on a gun buyback program, and that will be initiated very soon. So it is my hope that if anybody is listening to this in the community, that they'll please participate, get those guns off the street. When we are in your neighborhoods talking to you, please help us help you work through this problem. We need to get the guns off the street. We need to stop the violence in our communities, and we need to stop having our children murdered in the streets. So from that statement, I want to say thank you to the community for coming out and being proactive in that approach, providing positive solutions and ideas to the community leaders who will be able to take those items and put them into place. But this is a community process. We have to work together, from the neighborhoods to the streets to government. At all levels, we need to work together, and we need to find a solution to the violence. And that said, I also want to state that while we had a conversation this evening about an item with our friends in Port St. Lucie, I believe that we will always continue to work positively in our relationships with Port St. Lucie, their council members, their staffs. I think we have a great relationship. We may not always agree, but that's why there's 5 of us here and there are 5 of them there, in each of the different municipalities. So that's how we find the best possible solution to situations and issues in local government. And you saw tonight the group from Kaiser College making their way up here to show what democracy is about, to being able to talk about the issues and to disagree and to provide ideas, options, and solutions. And I think that in St. Lucie County, we're very fortunate to have the ability to have a discussion, have a debate, disagree, and get back to work. I just want to say thank you to this board. I want to say thank you to the mayor of Port St. Lucie for being here, and their staff and all of their council members. I look forward to the future in this county working well together.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any other comments or announcements? It's been a busy week. Thank you all for your patience tonight. With that, is there a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
We are adjourned.